seminar of the Arma Keystone PA chapter. My name is Ray Davis. I am the chapter president. Little background on me. I've been a part of Arma International since 1994. Sometimes they like to admit that, sometimes they don't. And I'm also principal consultant for records and information management for innovative development. I wanted to talk about a phrase that is really important to me when it comes to records management, not only in the importance of records management in your organization, but you as well being in records management. And that is, it's all about the value. Now you'll notice that the background part of this slide talks a lot about numbers. And to me, it's not always about dollars and cents. There's meaning, and there's definitely reasons to be a part of records management and to have records management a part of your organization. And that's what I'd like to talk about today. I start thinking back, and we talk about the evolving records management landscape, and I think about March of 2020. And we were sitting in the Courtyard Marriott in Willow Grove, PA. We had completed our board meeting, and we were welcoming members that were coming in for the evening meeting, the dinner, and the speaker. And a couple of our board members went out into the lobby of the Courtyard Marriott and came back and said, it was just reported on the news that the next county over has declared a state of emergency and has shut everything down. And that was the start of what we now know as COVID, which went on for multiple years. There was all types of restrictions, and it was new ground for all of us. But I look at that as a turning point where there was a major evolution to how we performed records management and how we performed our jobs. It caused, a lot of good things to happen. Maybe some crises in the beginning and maybe some challenges, but we overcame those. So remote access was a problem. I mean, people periodically would work from home, but not like before COVID hit. Technology had to catch up. How do we allow our end users to move their records? How do we allow our records managers to manage the program? How do we store our records and how do we gain access? Along with that, an evolution of collaboration happened that, took a level better than ever before, continues to this day. Obviously, cloud solutions were brought into it as well. Newer on the agenda is artificial intelligence. That's been in the media a lot for the last couple of years. We'll talk about that a little bit more in depth. And yes, I talk about myself in the third person, so I say we. And privacy is always an issue. Do we have a certainty that we are protecting the records of our organization, of our clients, and that everything is made sure that only those who should have access do, and that their privacy is maintained. So since March of 2020, I think there's been a big evolution in records management, and I'm very happy for it. There are a lot of benefits of records management. For years ago, they talked about moving to the paperless society, and I think we all know that that's never going to happen. So we'll call it the less paper society. And I think that we're getting there each and every year that goes by. We're doing more and more to acknowledge electronic records in favor of paper records. I reached out to a colleague of mine from my previous job as the government, the US government, federal government, had a mandate. First, it started in Memorandum M1921, and then 18 months ago, it became M2307. And all those fancy numbers and letters are just a way of saying that they were trying to dictate that now June 30th of 2024 will be the end of when our US federal government agencies can send paper records to NARA. After that, it's to be fully electronic unless they have an exemption. I reached out last night to a colleague of mine to see if that's changed, and he said, as far as he knows, it hasn't. But even with the acceptance and the adoption and bringing in more electronic records into your program, you have improved efficiencies and increased productivity just in the manner of which you handle them, just in the way that you engage with technology as well as your peers within your organization. There's benefits of access and security, making sure that only those people who should have access to the records do, and that we guard ourselves from those people that like to, unfortunately, try to hack into our systems. And I think there's been a ton of benefits over the years, especially after COVID, of all the tools that are now available to us to manage our programs. It's just a matter of making sure that we select the right tools and doing our due diligence to make sure that that happens. Along with the benefits, we also have challenges. And if you look in the middle of the screen, I said two of the benefits were access and security, and so are two of the challenges. There was a documentary on Garth Brooks, and in the documentary, he makes the motion with his hands, and he says his father taught him that everything that is a blessing is a curse, and everything that's a curse is a blessing. And I believe that here too. One of the issues when it comes to access and security, a big misnomer is that every data breach, every hack is because someone has broken into the system. And yet, at times, it's our own internal human errors that can cause those things as well. So just making sure that we tie up the loose ends, make sure that we have the policies and procedures in place to make sure that access is correct and that we are on guard at all times with our security. I think one of the biggest challenges, and it's still there today, since I first got involved in records management, is organizational acceptance. I mean, I'm a records manager. I've been there for over 30 years. Records are important to me. But I also understand that my colleagues and coworkers may not feel the same way. They have their own core responsibilities and they're generating records, and they need to save those records and make sure they're saved where they should be. But it's not their core responsibility. It's not the foremost thing on their mind. So I need to work with them to make sure that at all times we are collecting what are records and making sure that they're put in the proper place and that they're under safeguard. Governance and compliance, same thing. We're always trying to make sure that we have the proper governance over our program and our records and that everybody's in compliance. And the last point hasn't changed over the years either. We're managing a level of volume and formats that just increases each and every year, and it just becomes that challenge to make sure that we do it properly. The value of artificial intelligence.
Yeah, come on in, Christine. I'm just.
A lot of times when people think about artificial intelligence, and I used to say this to my coworkers, and of course I date myself when I do this, but that's okay. I'm old. When you think of artificial intelligence, I think of Rosie the robot from the Jetsons. You know, Rosie did all the cooking, Rosie did all the cleaning, Rosie washed the dishes, Rosie took care of the kids. And that is sometimes the impression of what artificial intelligence, when somebody says artificial intelligence, that's what people think in the back of their mind. And obviously it's quite different. And artificial intelligence is definitely a full-blown topic to talk about in a different presentation. But there's a value of artificial intelligence, the ability to provide classification to your records and indexing and retrieval. Another thing is data analytics, the ability to take huge amounts of data and information and records and cull all of that for whatever project you're working on to make sure that you're getting the information from it that you can, and then you have the ability to make the proper decisions from there. I guess the last thing I would say on artificial intelligence is that you have to be protective of how you use it. Artificial intelligence can be a great tool. And as we know that there are some things where people may use something in a manner that it shouldn't be for the negative rather than the positive. And artificial intelligence is the same thing. Artificial intelligence can be used for the positive. And unfortunately, we have those people that want to use it for the negative. It's in the news all the time. You know, artificial intelligence has been around for a long time, but it really jumped into the arena a few years ago with ChatGPT. Every day there were articles about ChatGPT, and while it was cited for the great things it could do, shortly thereafter we had school districts that were concerned that children were going to write their homework using ChatGPT and they weren't going to do the homework themselves. And again, it all depends on the mindset and the thought process you use coming into it. If you want to use artificial intelligence for a positive aspect, you can do that. And you just have to be wary if somebody is doing it for a negative. So you do, again, with artificial intelligence, have to do your due diligence. I have seen artificial intelligence work within records management software products. It does amazing things. It allows you to reassign human resources to other things while artificial intelligence is doing some of the front end work for you, which makes it easier again for you to do those analytics and those decision-making processes. So I think artificial intelligence is something that, again, has been around for a long time, but just gained prominence over the last few years, and it's going to continue to grow. The value of records management to your organization, you bring legal and regulatory compliance. You follow the records management lifecycle so that you acknowledge what are records and what you're bringing in to your system, whether it be physical records or electronic records, maintaining them for the life cycle, and then also making sure that there's proper disposition at the end of that life cycle. I will tell you that in the last few years, and we used the word value, there has been rethinking about disposition and destruction of records. Should it surely be done for legal purposes? For the most of our records out there, the destruction of records is done at the shortest moment of time you can do it. So as an example, if certain records to be destroyed after 5 years, for the most part, that's just the shortest period of time that you can keep it. It's not against the law to keep it longer, although if you have it, it is discoverable. There are some medical records and some other things that need to be destroyed as soon as their retention period is up. So in the last few years, there has been in the records management lifecycle, the disposition portion of it, looking at the value of records to keep them. If we keep records longer and we have a bigger number of records, a group of records to analyze and do analytics on, we may get better information from it. That would have to be a decision by each of your organizations. Is it worth it keeping the records past their legal retention life for that purpose? Does it bring more value or does it not? And you follow the legal retention life. Obviously, e-discovery and litigation support, we've always said you need to know where your records are, but you also have to be able to get your records back. And that's done through e-discovery and litigation support to let you know that there is litigation happening that you have to quarantine your records for. As we said, you can have your records and can you find them when you need them. And records management, the value to me is it's security for you, your organization, and your clients. What I also want to talk about is the value of records management for you. I'm a 30+ year veteran in records management. Back then, you got into it usually by sheer accident. I actually went into a bank and I was going in to be their purchasing manager. My boss introduced me to my staff, which we had our offices in the warehouse. And before he left, he said, "Let me walk you into the warehouse. I got to show you something." And show me something was 10,000 square feet of warehouse space that was fully mezzanine in, fully racked in, fire suppression systems, and boxes from floor to ceiling. And they had no program. And they said, "Congratulations, records management is yours." And by the way, we have no details of a program, so you have to create that. And my introduction to it was a seminar where there were 2 tracks: intermediate, beginner records management, and intermediate and advanced. And that was my introduction to records management. And I consider that to me the best day of a stepping stone into a profession that I thoroughly enjoyed. At this point in time, if you want to be a true records management professional, and we may have people on this call that are just brand new to the profession, all the way up to seasoned professionals like myself. Now more than ever, especially with the internet, you do have to watch your resources and make sure that you vet them for credibility, but you have resources in abundance to give you all the information and all the networking and all the knowledge to help you grow in this profession. We obviously have Arma International, but a number of other associations out there. They offer certificates in records management, certifications. There's degrees that are available. When I first started, and they finally got in degrees, they were at the master's level, and now we're starting to see them come down into the bachelor's level a little bit. Obviously, there are seminars and webinars and conferences like this. But the one thing I can say when it comes to records management is that it is the most giving profession and giving back profession that I have ever been involved in. If you have a question, ask a colleague. They'll give you the answer if they've got it, or they'll try to find you an answer if they don't. It's just one of those things where if you have a problem and you're looking for an answer, you can always tap your colleagues and network to say, have you experienced this before? Any recommendations on what I need to do? So if you want to get into records management and have a career in records management, the resources for you to do that are truly in abundance. When I first started in records management, you might have one person who ran it. Maybe you had two. Obviously, the size of the organization dictates what you can do and what you can't do. But we usually have positions like a records clerk or a coordinator or a manager, and that's kind of where it was at. But now with records management and information governance, and now you're getting data governance that's coming in too, the professions and the positions are expanding. So there is a lot of opportunity for you to grow within the profession, and it may be within your own organization, or maybe you get to a certain point and you may consider moving to another organization that gives you another challenge. But there are definitely positions and responsibilities with opportunity if you want to make a career in records management. There are a number of C-suite positions. Now, of course, these are all over your organization, from chief records officer to chief data officer and chief information officer, and the other ones you see on the screen. Years ago, they came out with the cliche, we're out of the back room and we're into the boardroom. I think that depends on your organization. I know I just made a face and I apologize for that, but I think that it depends on your organization. And it depends on records management getting its message out consistently within its organization, promoting records management and the good things that we're doing, and what needs to be done and the challenges that you're willing to take on and overcome to get recognized by those C-suite positions. And then you actually getting up into those C-suite positions as you grow within your job. I can tell you that every level of an organization, from entry level to admin to mid-management to upper management to senior management, we all need to learn the best way to communicate with those levels, because you communicate with them differently on every level. If you talk to a C-suite person, they want the 50,000 foot overview. They want the short and condensed version, where maybe in a different level within your organization, they want more of the details. So again, learning how to gather the information, gather the details, and then present them properly. That's another part of being a records manager and a successful records manager at that. In the past, if you were a records manager, this is where you sat. You were in records management. That was it. But now, with the advent of records management, data management, information governance, there are a number of areas that people with a records management background can blossom into. So as an example, if you're into records management, but you also are into risk management, well, that's an area you can move into, or information governance, or the legal aspect of it. Privacy is a huge issue, whether it started with GDPR years ago, and now in the United States, we have a number of states that have adopted their own privacy laws. Maybe that's an area of interest to you. So you're in records management, but you may want to focus on privacy. I spent 30 years running programs in records management, and now I work for a solution provider. So there's definitely, did I ever think I would ever do that? No, I planned on staying where I was at and running a records program. But you'll find out this afternoon when we do a presentation on mergers and acquisitions why that didn't happen, because I was on the wrong side of an acquisition. But I believe everything happens for a reason. And here I am today, and I'm very happy for it. The value for you in records management And yeah, I guess I am biased on this one. You have the opportunity to pursue a career in a fantastic profession. There are a lot of great people out here. There really are. I've met in all of my years, I've met local people, regional people, nationally, all around the country, as well as internationally as well. I've met people internationally, and it's just a great profession, and they're great people. So you have a great career. You engage with your peers. I always like to say that I want to walk away knowing that I helped educate the next generation. Who is the next generation of records managers, and how far can we go back? How soon is too soon for an education of records management? Could we get it into high schools? Could we get it in early? But educating the next generation brings a value. And finally, you can shape the future. Everything we talked about today, whether it be privacy, security, artificial intelligence, everything that we're doing, you have a hand and an opportunity in to shape the future. As I end the presentation today, and again, is talking about value, what I would encourage you to do is to be a records management ambassador for your organization. Be the person that promotes records management and all the good things about it. So be the educator. Give them the details they need to know why records management should happen in their organization and what you're willing to do to make that happen. Be the voice of reason, why records management needs to happen and why you're doing what you're doing. Be the resource. A lot of people out there, they hear records management. To this day, I still get people say, "Oh, are you Ray Davies of the Kinks?" No, I'm not Ray Davies of the Kinks. He's in the records profession as well. It's just a different records profession, but we're two different people. So we still get people, when you say records management, they may not actually totally understand what you mean by that. So be the resource to explain it and let everybody know what's going on. And finally, be the subject matter expert. I have been in environments where all too often people without a records management background make statements about records management, and they're not totally correct. And I'm glad I'm standing there so I can kind of reinforce exactly the point that should be made and the information that should be given. So again, get involved in records management. If you want to make it a profession, I totally encourage it. I've been there for a long time. I plan to stay here, and I'm very happy that I am here with it. And I'm encouraging you to do the same thing, but take that next step. Don't just sit at your desk and run your program. Get out there, be the records management ambassador for your organization, because that brings value too. And finally, when you think records management, I want you to think value. The value records management brings for your organization, the value records management brings to you, and the overall value that you bring to your organization and your clients. And I thank you for your time, and I hope you have a great rest of your day in the seminar here. We got some great topics and great speakers, and I'll turn it back to Hutch so he can continue on the program.
Unmute. And thank you very much, Ray. It was very informative. And it's now 9:28. And coming up at 9:30, we have Daniel Shin. And he is here. And I'll unmute Mr. Shin.
Hello, hello. Can everybody hear me?
Hi, Daniel.
Hi, Susan.
Hutch, do you want to do a quick run through of today, just to let
Sure.
people know things? Daniel, we're not going to take too much of your time, but now that people are on the line, I want to make sure they're all in for the day.
Great. And I'll run through our seminar. We just heard from Ray Davis, and now we'll have Daniel Shin coming right up. And his presentation is on Chat GPT and deep fakes. At 10:45, we'll have Vince Z, and his topic is e-discovery and records management, the Nexus. And at 12 p.m., we'll have Joseph Leonard, and he's an attorney from
Morris James.
Yes, Morris James. I was saying Susan's firm, Morris James, and his talk is on corporate strategies in responding to a litigation hold. Very important topic. And next we'll have lunch from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. And then at 2 p.m., we'll have our panel, Kathleen Timony, Susan Hadley, and Ray Davis. And that discussion is mergers and acquisitions in records management. And then next will be at 3:15, we'll have Christopher Ramos, and his subject will be Homeland Security and cyber attacks. And then at 4:15, we'll have our final remarks and our prize discussion. And I think it is now 9:30. So I'm going to offer up my share screen to Mr. Shin. Let's see. There we are. We've got it.
All right. And if you have questions, you can go ahead and put them in the chat as we go along through the day, and we'll get back to them afterwards. Generally, we don't interrupt our speakers, but although Daniel's not averse to that. But as a general rule, let's try to put questions in chat. And Hutch didn't mention it, but at the end of the day, we do have prizes for people, so you might want to stick around. All right.
So, do you want to direct those questions to me so they're not, all over the place? I think you can direct your questions to Hutch Johnson, and I'll make sure we weed out duplicates and things like that.
That's fabulous. Thank you, Hutch.
Thank you.
All right, Daniel Shin has kindly agreed to come speak with us today. He is an attorney and a research scientist at William and Mary Law School and has an extensive technology background. He focuses his research on the intersection of emerging technology and the law, as you probably saw in his bio. And one of his interests centers around the implications of deepfake technology and its role in facilitating disinformation campaigns. And we've heard a lot about disinformation over the last few years. So thank you, Daniel, for coming to speak with us about something that those of us in records management and information governance should be paying very close attention.
Certainly, Susan, and thank you very much for this kind invitation. Yes, my name is Daniel Shin. For this presentation, I like to structure it so that non-technical and actually non-legal audience can have a good understanding, the foundational understanding of not only AI, but specific applications of AI. And I'll just kind of note that when Susan was referring to disinformation campaign, I'm not exclusively or even primarily talking about political aspect, but also even areas that are more nefarious than that which I will mention as we kind of go along through the presentation. But yes, feel free to send questions appropriately, and I'm more than happy to kind of answer all of your questions. And for this presentation, there's about 47 slides, but I'm gonna kind of go breeze through in a nice cruise control manner. And then we can kind of go with questions afterwards. But for today, what we're kind of gonna go for is I'm gonna start kind of laid the foundational knowledge of what AI is, so that everybody's sort of going to be on the same page. Because there is a large interest in ChatGPT and other what we call large language models, I'll kind of touch on that as well. I'll also kind of showcase some of the best examples of where we are with what we consider to be generative AI technology. And finally, I'll be showcasing deep fakes and other types of deep fakes, basically technology that are capable of creating realistic but fake information. So that's what I'll kind of lay out for today, and hopefully this will be informative for you and others. So when we talk about artificial intelligence is a very broad concept of a synthetic technology that is capable of, autonomously behaving like a human being with minimal or no intervention by a human person. And one way of getting to that goal, so to speak, is machine learning. And to understand machine learning, we want to kind of go back to how we interact with computers. And there are two approaches where we give instruction to computer systems. One is what we consider to be classical programming. And basically, most of our programs that we use are based off of this classical programming standard. And I'll kind of give you an example of what that is on the next slide. Machine learning is sort of a growing technique that where instead of using pre-written instructions to the computer, the machine learning based systems use training data to either semi-autonomously or on its own figure out what's the best course of action to perform a particular action. And I'll also kind of go into an example of what how to kind of envision what machine learning is. But right now, we have these two major ways of kind of handling how computer systems should perform a given task. So for classical programming, one easy example is envisioning any food recipe for, let's say, an instant ramen, for example, here, where the recipe calls for ingredients to be prepared for, and then you're going to have sequential steps of how to prepare a particular food. Now, and this is how classical programming operates, which is programmers write not only write explicit instructions for the computer to follow sequentially, but also it asks the computer to prepare ingredients, basically, codes that the computer should rely on when following the instruction. And just like, a recipe for a cup ramen noodle, everything is determinative. You have to follow in a sequential manner, but also for each of the steps, kind of determines, what the recipe, what it will do to the food, such as, pouring water after emptying the soup and the powder will give you that soup base, and then waiting 3 minutes will cook the entire cup ramen noodle. And classical programming, which most of our phone apps, most of our programs that we use on our computer is based off of this sort of architecture. And so, source codes, if you've heard of them, are basically recipes for the software, the program that you use. And the benefit is it's reliable, it's deterministic. You know what's going to go on because the instructions are very explicit, clear, and in essence, very it logically kind of flows from top to bottom. The new way of, well, not really a new way, but a different approach to tell computers what to do for a given task is this machine learning architecture. So kind of imagine, instead of you're cooking food, you are assigned, you're taking a ship to the new world back in the good old days. And then, you kind of explore the shorelines of the new continent. And based on your visual observation, you start to sketch how the shorelines look from a map perspective so that you can give the map to somebody else and that person can understand, certain features and maybe locations of where they're going if they decide to come to the new world again. Machine learning kind of operates in the same way, in the sense that they take they observe a lot of different sets of information, make some kind of analysis out of it on its own, and then produce something that is going to be very helpful for the user. Map being one example here, but another example of machine learning that we've been using for a long time is within email clients, where we've been getting a lot of spam lately. So all email clients have a spam detection feature. How do they operate? Well, basically these spam filters that we use every day, they have a basic understanding of what emails are spam and what emails are not spam, based on sometimes how we mark the program. These emails are spam, so know about the characteristics, and these emails are not spam. And based on the human input, it learns which characteristics make an email spam and not spam. And sometimes we get false positives and false negatives, right? That's why you want to check your spam folder off, from time to time. And you can mark, improperly labeled emails into spam or not spam. And the beauty is that is reinforcing the learning mechanism so that the spam filter can be good at labeling newer forms of spam email to mark them into the proper place. So machine learning, you're not writing particular code or explicit instructions for the computer to operate, but it's basically feeding data, sometimes labeled data like spam and not spam, for it to operate. One moment, I'm going to reshare my screen so that I can, don't panic, I'm not going anywhere. I just want to make sure that I have share sound available. Good, okay. Now, within the artificial intelligence space, there are sort of these two broad categories of AI that I just want to outline out there. One is what we call predictive AI or decision-making AI. And these AI systems are basically designed primarily to make a decision based on a given data and the system's training experience. So what are some of the common examples of predictive AI? They're facial recognition software or object detection algorithms. If you are, recently I went to BJ's, which is a Costco competitor for the wholesale club, and my local BJ's, for example, has a robot with a camera that goes around the store and uses an object detection system to see which items are low in stock on the shelves. And it's all done, and so basically it uses a technology to count how many items are in a particular shelf. So those are predictive AI, and those AI systems are primarily designed for making some kind of a decision. For self-driving cars, that would include, by the way, if there's a car in front, or detecting any speed limit signs that are near the vicinity of the vehicle. So you have predictive AI that is based on making decisions, and then the newer form, or the more I think arriving in popularity right now, is the generative AI space, which are technologies designed primarily to synthesize data based on the user provided instructions and the system's training experience. And unlike predictive AI, generative AI's sort of main primary function is to create data, create information. ChatGPT, by the way, is one of the most popular well-known generative AI system. Why? Because it is outputting text that is very helpful for for the user based on what the user is providing. And so large language models, let's kind of go over them because I know a lot of people have heard of what they are, what ChatGPT is, but I just want to set the foundational knowledge of what this technology is. Approximately maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago, engineers and researchers from Google developed an AI model that basically was that was very efficient at ingesting sequential information, sequential data, and analyzing context within that sequential data. For example, and they named this model Transformers, and transformer models were really good at not only ingesting language data. So if you think about it, if you think about words, sentences, they are sequences of not only words and punctuations, but they're also sequences of characters, letters that our brain and our, as a society, we decided to put meaning and function into them. Another type of sequential data that transformers were really good at analyzing is the DNA sequence of within our organs, where all these different sequences of data, sequences of protein, analyzed by this AI model, can actually help medical scientists identify which protein molecules are causing some kind of a medical problem, or which protein molecules prevent certain type of diseases. And so the engineers at Google, developed this new AI model architecture called transformers, and it was very transformative in the AI space, because what happened was some people say, hey, if we provide a huge, large corpus of text data, and I'm talking the entire database of Wikipedia and all other open source text, corpus of text available on the web, maybe we can develop a very robust AI model that's capable of handling language. And so language models were born. And even before, if anybody, if people might say, I never used ChatGPT, that's fine. If anybody used a cell phone, and a modern cell phone, and if you type it on your cell phone keyboard and it gives you suggested words that it thinks you're typing, that is not a large language model, but a language model at play. How? Because your cell phone keyboard is predicting, based on how you type it and the sequences of the word that you're typing, it's predicting what the highly likely next word is, based on its understanding of the distribution of letters and words of the English language. So what are language models? They're basically a probabilistic distribution of words in relation to other words. For example, if I start typing, oh, say, can, well, most likely any large language model would consider to be the next letter, the next word is going to be see. Oh, say, can you see? Why? Because okay, oh, say, can you see is not a common phrase, except for the natural anthem. And so large language models are, basically analyze the entire English language or other languages and gives a good prediction of what the words are located based on other words. And large language models are basically language models, but that has been exposed to even large numbers, large corpus of the English language and text, so that it has a very good way of really predicting the sequences of word that comes out based on what the user says. And so, in essence, kind of going back, Google developed this transformer model, which is a general AI model capable of taking any type of sequential data and making good context analysis out of them. And other researchers say, hey, let's just dump in a bunch of text training data into this transformer model. And that's where language models start to spring up by different companies, including Google, Microsoft, and OpenAI as a result. And transformers were developed in 2017, and OpenAI, which is I think it's a nonprofit organization that Microsoft funds very generously, came out with their GPT-3 model. GPT, by the way, stands for, I think it's generative purpose transformers. So the T refers to transformers from 2017. And after GPT-3, OpenAI developed Instruct GPT, which was a predecessor of ChatGPT we have today. And so GPT-3 was really good at predicting or rephrasing what the user says, but it wasn't, as this example illustrates, and this is coming from OpenAI's website itself, it wasn't really good at answering users' questions. It was just simply good at either rephrasing what the user provided or completing a sentence that the user provided to the language model. You have to then go to Instruct GPT, where for the first time, large language model was capable of trying to answer questions that the user asked to the large language model. So going back, GPT-3, it would just basically, rephrase the user provided question, but Instruct GPT is where we start to find that, that artificial intelligence being able to provide helpful, useful answers based on the user's question. But one quick note though, is that Instruct GPT was a one-off interaction, meaning you ask a question and it will give you a response, and that was it. So OpenAI decided to up a notch with Instruct GPT by developing ChatGPT. As these pictures illustrate, ChatGPT allows users to have an ongoing interaction where user provides the initial question, ChatGPT gives an answer, and the user can continue to interact. Maybe the initial answer might be wrong, so the user can clarify his or her question, and ChatGPT can get additional context and provide even a better question. So Instruct GPT is a one-off sort of question and answer interaction, but ChatGPT is where you start to have ongoing chatting. By the way, chat, that's why the word chat is there in ChatGPT, because chat usually refers to an ongoing conversation in the interaction space. So in theory, let me just kind of go back to the, this slide here. In theory, large language models can provide accurate, correct information like this one here. However, the way large language models are developed, they ingest a lot of text information from the web. And yes, it takes information from Wikipedia for the most part, but not always contains factual information about the world. But OpenAI, the developer of ChatGPT and Instruct GPT, also decided to include training data from Reddit, which is a social media platform that has a lot of user talking about each other, and to train ChatGPT, to develop ChatGPT. The problem is Reddit is a very large, it's a great online resource, but people don't necessarily only talk about the world in the most accurate sense. There are communities within Reddit that talk about fictional things. So the problem is you have a large language model that's not only familiar with factual information, but also fictional information. So we have a tendency for large language models to hallucinate. And what is hallucination in this context? It means large language models saying something, producing text that is definitely erroneous, but it presents itself as factual information. So you may have heard many attorneys using ChatGPT, for example, to create, to do legal research, and then copy paste what ChatGPT has said, and presuming it to be factual information and present it to the court. And actually, if you look at some of these examples of attorneys doing this, the legal citations were correct. The language seems to be correct. But the problem was ChatGPT was making it all up. It was producing very plausible, very realistic text data that reflected legal or true legal research, but it was actually making things up. And those attorneys, by the way, got in trouble. Slap on the wrist, actually. So when we talk about large language model hallucination, we're talking about LLMs producing text information that is real, but that is actually fake. And unfortunately, every single large language model that are out there, including GPT-4, which is like the best of the best large language model by OpenAI, have a level of, still small, but still some level of hallucination rate. So kind of be keeping in mind if you are using large language models for your professional work setting, that there is some level of risk that the large language model may be producing realistic but false information. Now, is that the end of the road here? No. OpenAI and other large language model developers realized this was a problem. So they developed this thing called RAG, or Retrieval Augmented Generation. This is something relatively really new, where instead of just like developing the large language model and having the large language model kind of like, produce information based on its training data sets, it developed a way for the large language model to consult a database, which in theory would contain vetted factual information before it answers questions based on the user's prompt. And so it's basically large language model plus a database full of factual information. What are some of the examples? Nexus, which is a law legal database that some lawyers and attorneys use, released its Nexus Plus AI. And basically it's a large language model for lawyers. And the way it operates is Nexus has developed a special database for the large language model containing basically databases of secondary sources and primary legal sources based on their own law databases, so that every time a lawyer uses Nexus Plus AI to ask a legal question, the large language model goes to the database, finds relevant information, and gives it back to the user. And those resources are, by the way, hyperlinked so that the user can actually make sure that those informations are correct. So this is one major technique of minimizing the hallucination rate, because the large language model is forced to consult vetted information, a database basically, before talking to the user. So that was sort of the overview of large language models. And the previous slide is something that's been published since last October, so it's something really new, and something to kind of keep in mind when you're thinking about the risk of large language model hallucinating and some of the available techniques that can minimize those risks, not eliminate but minimize those risks. So let's kind of step back. What is the current state of generative AI? Well, large language models dealt with text, but we're not only in the era of just kind of talking about AI models creating text, but other forms of media. This, for example, is the 4 video clips here was produced by a company called Stability AI. And basically all of these good-looking video clips are completely synthetic. They were created by an artificial intelligence model that basically created these video clips based on specific instruction by the user. Let's say, for example, the top right, the instruction was probably a video clip of a robot lying down on the bed, for example. And it looks really good. And things are getting better and better. Note the date for this video. This was released November of last year by Stability AI. But then February of this year, OpenAI up the notch, a different company that developed the ChatGPT. And this video, while it looks realistic, is all fake. I'll just play that one more time. But this was based on OpenAI's, I think it was their Sora a text-to-video model. And so it is capable of creating very realistic video footage. This is another video. Look at his helmet, by the way. Oops. It's this is sort of a made-up movie scene of a space adventure thing. And all of this is, by the way, not real, despite the fact that it looks like a kind of a Hollywood studio sci-fi movie flick. And this was just now 3 months ago that OpenAI demonstrated its generative AI capabilities of creating realistic but fake videos. The main theme that I would like to kind of talk about today is, those two video clips were created using proprietary AI models, which ordinary people don't have direct access to. So whenever you're using ChatGPT or any of the other type of models capable of creating, images, videos, these companies employ certain content safety mechanisms so that users don't, for example, generate dangerous or unethical type of media using these models. But unfortunately, there are what we call open source AI models that are out there that you can download on your computer and create whatever you want. And so what kind of problems does that introduce right now? Well, on this slide, and this was just not too long ago, but maybe about a year or two ago, if people remember, Turkey had a huge earthquake disaster. And immediately on social media, and this is a screenshot of a Korean news broadcast, people been trying to scam other people for money, pretending to be their like charity, responding to the Turkish earthquake disaster. And so this was a tweet on Twitter back then, and it's obvious that this is a fake, scammers tweet, because I don't think organizations, charities would be accepting donations using cryptocurrency. That was a kind of a dead giveaway. But, look at this picture, that was attached. I mean, it kind of looks real. You have a lot of details kind of going in, and, the scammer thought this was going to be helpful in kind of getting that people to donate money. But could people, I hope this is clear, count the number of fingers that this rescuer have? Because, yeah, I kind of see there's a sum there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's 6 fingers in this person's hand. Well, this is a clear evidence that the scammer was using an open source text to image AI model, a generative AI model, to create this image. How do we know this? Because the only open source text to image model called Stable Diffusion has a unique problem of creating realistic hands. I mean, most of us, unless you have a medical condition, which I'm pretty sure it does exist, so I'm not discounting you, by the way, but most of us have 5 fingers. But Stable Diffusion, because of maybe the training that it underwent through, initially had problems of creating realistic hands with 5 fingers. So it would most of the time generate 6 fingers or 4 fingers. And this is just an evidence of a clear evidence that this image is actually created using Stable Diffusion version 1.5. And so scammers are now using AI technologies for nefarious purposes. That's where I say, when I talk about disinformation, I'm less focused on the political implication, although that is important, but also I'm talking about other types of nefarious activities that we have today. Deep fakes are sort of I think the major threat of any sort of information governance that organizations will face in the coming years, because they're referring to synthesized media where not only a person, this is an old definition that I like to highlight, they're basically synthesized media where, not only a person's likeness, but just anything is realistically portrayed, but is actually completely false and synthetic at all. So deep fakes are basically media where it looks real, feels real, but in fact, it was just generated by an AI model. And in the beginning, deep fakes first emerged around January of 2018 or maybe the December of 2017. And the first form of deep fakes were face swaps, which this is, let's say, an original video of a German news anchor, let's say, reporting the news.
Meine Damen und Herren, ich begrüße Sie zur Tagesschau. In Deutschland soll
And so let's say I decided to, hey, I want to replace this news anchor with somebody else's face. Well, there was through the collaboration of AI enthusiasts, people developed software that would use AI technologies, machine learning techniques to automate the processes of creating a realistic face swap deepfake video. So what I did was I took a different news anchor, somebody who was Korean, and decided to create a face swap deepfake video of the German news anchor, but with the Korean face swapped in. And basically, machine learning is you just set it and forget it and let the computer do its thing on its own. And after about 24 hours of leaving the computer, figuring out how to not only create the Korean news anchor's face, but also creating the Korean news anchor's face in the same expression as the German news anchor's face, the result is here.
Abends, meine Damen und Herren, ich begrüße Sie zur Tagesschau. In Deutschland soll es nach dem Willen der Kultusministerin.
And so I'm just going to mute the person, but as you can see, the facial expression is still preserved, right? But you have the, instead of the original German news anchor, you have the Korean news anchor that I had the computer kind of figure out and do machine learning techniques to create this video. One thing to note, most of the face swap deepfake videos you see online are unfortunately unconsented pornography, where somebody would take a pornographic video and face swap with a female celebrity or some female victim without consent. And that's been a kind of an ongoing issue that I and others have been kind of like monitoring and advocating and letting people know. But it's not only just about sort of that defamation content that needs to be aware of, but it can be also as simple as somebody trying to use this technology to purport to have somebody perform an action of someone that never happened before. So, but face swap deepfakes is sort of the first example of deepfake media that kind of was developed on the internet with collaborators. But that is not the only form of deepfake. We also have text-to-voice models that are capable of creating audio deepfake. So let me just play this a couple of times. This video, this voice is a colleague of mine, but let me just play it here.
We are done for today. Go home now.
I'll play it one more time.
We are done for today. Go home now.
I basically took, with permission, by the way, I have permission to use this likeness for demonstration purposes. But I took a 45-minute of him giving a presentation for the courts, some recorded webinar, took the audio of him talking on Zoom, fed it into a text-to-voice model. The model basically found learned the characteristics of the voice, learned how to kind of reproduce it. And then I basically said, hey, okay, thanks for studying my colleague's voice. Could you generate an audio clip of him saying, we are done for today, go home now? And that is the product of him. This is basically all fake.
We are done for today. Go home now.
So audio deepfakes, by the way, are real. These are not just hypothetical things that are kind of going on. But it's not just text to speech, but you can also do voice-to-voice mimicry. What does that mean? It's easier if I demonstrate it right now. The first audio clip you're going to hear is a real recording of a British House of Lords member doing a speech. And then let me play the subsequent audio afterwards.
Can the Noble Lord the Minister explain in more detail why urgent and priority funding isn't being directed to the provision of step-down facilities to address the escalating crisis.
So that's a real recording of a voice of a British House of Lords member. And this is the...
Can the Honourable Minister explain in more detail why urgent and priority funding isn't being directed to the provision of step-down facilities to address the escalating crisis?
And just for comparison, let me just play the audios simultaneously.
Can the Honourable Minister explain in more detail why urgent and priority funding isn't being directed to the provision of step-down facilities to address the escalating crisis?
Now you can kind of see there's some robotic noise from the clearly synthesized voice of my colleague imitating the original voice. And this model, this example was created about maybe 2 years ago. So fortunately or unfortunately, there are better voice mimicry models that I was able to get my hands on. And these are, by the way, these demonstrations are using, again, open source models that you can download from the internet and run it on a very powerful gaming computer. So this is a newer version of this. Remember that German news anchor doing German voices? Well, what happens if I do the voice mimicry on that news anchor using my colleague's voice? Here it is.
Guten Abend, meine Damen und Herren, ich begrüße Sie zur Tagesschau. In Deutschland soll es nach dem Willen der Kultusminister bis zu den Sommerferien keinen regulären Schulbetrieb mehr geben.
So the voice-to-voice mimicry models have actually really improved to a point where it gets you get more clarity. If I had a better voice sample of my colleague, you would actually hear a better voice sample. But you can basically take any voice sample of somebody, a recording of somebody speaking, and actually applying to a voice of another person speaking. And it doesn't matter if it's a foreign language. If I want to listen to my colleague's voice in other languages, let's say Korean, for example.
코로나19 확산 우려로 한꺼번에 수천 명이 참여하는 재개발 재건축 총회를 열지 못하고 있는데요.
So this was a little bit awkward for me because I understand Korean, and being able to hear my colleague's voice speaking Korean is just weird. But we have voice-to-voice mimicry models very capable of imitating somebody else's voice, but applying the voice features of the trained voice of anybody's voice, as long as you have a good, clean audio sample going. I will note, it is absolutely not possible, doable right now, where if somebody, where I can do a live voice deepfake, where I can call somebody and use this technique to not have my voice go into the phone, but have the synthetic voice go into the phone and disguise myself as somebody else. I know, the federal government, FBI, for example, has been giving a lot of warnings about voice deepfakes. And yes, it is absolutely doable, people like me, to impersonate somebody using this technique right now. On the other hand, there's a positive, I think, application to this. Stephen Hawking and others who lost their ability to speak, the late Stephen Hawking, where they rely on a text-to-speech robotic voice algorithms, they can actually use this technology, especially if he was alive, to create a realistic voice, machine-generated voice that sounds like themselves. And I actually use it to create custom audio books, for me to listen to when I'm reading long articles. So there's a positive application to it, but there is, again, a nefarious aspect to these technologies. Finally, we have some voice to video deepfakes. So imagine if you have a video footage of somebody just talking, doing a speech, but instead the model is able to synchronize the lip movement of the speaker based on a new voice that I provided to the model. It's easier if you see this video in action. One moment.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky.
When the blazing sun is gone, when he nothing shines upon, then you show your little light, twinkle, twinkle, all the night. Then the traveler in the dark thanks you for your tiny spark. He could not see which way to go. If you did not see which way to go.
This is actually the video footage of my colleague, Fred Letter, at William Mary Law School. I'm very gracious for him to, again, his permission to use his likeness this way. He didn't say twinkle, twinkle, little star in front of a microphone. What I did was I took a video footage of him doing a speech for judges for a court conference, but asked the AI model, hey, please replace the audio with twinkle, twinkle, little star, and then synchronize his lip movement to match the provided audio and kind of give this silly video. This, of course, there are some defects going on, but I think over the next few years, I think Microsoft developed an even better model of creating lip synchronized deep fake. And that's something, bad actors can probably take advantage of within the information security area. We talked about video, we talked about audio, we talked, what about images? Images, we're at a point where people taking Stable Diffusion 1.5 or other developed text-to-image models are able to create really indistinguishable photos, photorealistic photos, to a point where you can't discern which one is synthetic and which one is real. And you can even create image deepfakes of not only of persons, but also of places. So these are photos completely created by an AI model. After I provided the model a set of images where basically I took a bunch of photos of our law school courtroom, which has a lot of technology inside. And I told the model, hey, study these set of pictures of the courtroom. And then after it trained on those set of images, I asked the model to create images that look like the courtroom based on its training experience. And so, yes, you can create a deep fake images of not only of persons, but also of places. But it's not just about kind of creating images based on what I say or give to the AI model. I can even combine pose instructions when I'm creating images. So the photo on the left is a real photo, so not an AI model, of somebody doing a martial arts pose. And then I use a different algorithm to extract the pose information, including like where the legs are and where the arms are, based on the picture on the left. And then I combine that with basically to create different types of images where the pose information is integrated into the image synthesis. So as you can see, these two images have the same pose, even though they are in different context, of the photos. And I mean, you can really just kind of demonstrate how fine-tuned somebody can get in terms of creating photos that can integrate not only that pose information, if it's creating photos of an individual. So image synthesis is really developing rapidly, months to months, and a lot of the developments, by the way, are done by AI enthusiasts, not companies, but AI enthusiasts who just have a lot of time, combining different types of algorithms and producing these type of tools for anybody with some technical knowledge to utilize. And I know, like in a few slides ago, we had a very photorealistic video produced by OpenAI and Stability AI. Again, those videos are using models that are not available to the public, but there are some publicly available text-to-video synthesis models that folks in China decided to release. So basically, they developed a model that was trained on Shutterstock stock video clips. How do we know this? Because if you look carefully, there's a sort of this ghosted text, Shutterstock.com. So they trained on the sample video clips of the Shutterstock.com video, and you can create these video clips using some powerful computers. They are not great, as you can see. The person on the left is drinking coffee, but in a weird form, and I have no idea what's going on the right. For the video clip on the right, I basically instructed the model to create a choir singing inside of a courtroom. Again, the technology is now nowhere near to the realism of like the image synthesis or the face swap deepfake video, but in the coming years, who knows? It may reach the same level of realism as what OpenAI and Stability AI has provided earlier in this presentation. Can AI be used for positive ways? I definitely think so. This is a video clip of basically different types of image enhancing models, where if you have a blurry image of depicting a person, you can actually what is it, NCIS or CSI Miami, you can do a zoom and enhance technique where you can use AI models to reconstruct details or synthesize details that was not present in the original blurry video. And some models are better than others. And this can be used for, of course, law enforcement purposes, but also for other, non-nefarious purposes, including if you have let's say a DVD collection and you want to upscale that into 4K. You can use these type of models to clear up details and make everything look better. One note, however, is these enhanced images are synthetic. Again, these are very realistic, but they're creating details that has not been present in the original blurry photo. So people have to kind of keep that in mind when they use these technology to enhance, details of, let's say, blurry images. But you also have to be careful of AI bias. And I'm not talking about just, bias in the sense of, well, the bias is going to be very apparent in the next slide. But for demonstration purposes, somebody developed an AI model here where it was trained to basically do the same type of image enhancement, where if you give a blurry, pixelated photo of an individual's face, then it would interrogate itself to create a very realistic, image of someone without the pixelation. And so, people will be like, oh, this is a good way to, let's say, if there's a person of interest that law enforcement has to find and they have a pixelated image, could we use this technology to find the person, even if we have a very blurry image, pixelated image of the person of interest? So as an experiment, I took blurry images of three very famous individuals. If you squint your eyes, you can definitely tell that the person on the left is President Biden, the person in the middle is Vice President Harris, and the person on the right is the most important person. It's me that I've pixelated myself. And I used this, again, fancy looking model to, enhance these pixelated images. What are the outcomes here? Well, unfortunately, as you can see, we do not get the results that we are intending to. All the outputs of kind of enhancing these pixelated images results in, I think I would say, a Scandinavian individual who happens, a male Scandinavian individual gets outputted by using this model. So what does that mean? The model's training data set was probably biased towards, and not because of bad intention, but it just happens to be, images of individuals in the Scandinavian countries, mostly heavily towards the male population. And so, President Biden is old, but he gets a very younger image face as an output. Vice President Harris, she gets a male rock star looking dude. And then finally my picture, I have no idea who that is, but definitely that is not me. So you have to kind of be aware whenever you're using AI products, just kind of be aware that one of the major risks of using it is the training data set and the training development of that AI technology. Bias is okay, but unintended bias like this one can really hurt and degrade the tools, the AI tools that you're going to use in your everyday operations. So AI, they basically have really good, I think AI technologies have a lot of good promising potential, but the risk landscape is definitely different from the classical computing era, because it is just a different way of approaches that these AI models use to perform the interaction that we do here. And I would just kind of, hopefully by the end of this presentation, like now, keep on following the AI news, but separate the marketing from what's kind of real and present with using these tools. And hopefully, and I'll leave my email address here, just in case if anybody has any questions after the presentation, feel free to contact me. But that is the end of my presentation, and I'm open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. That was scary as usual. Hutch, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I have a comment. My firm, my law firm, we have concerns about our, AI being used to, duplicate our voices, just as you demonstrated there. So we're encouraging people to use a canned voicemail, whatever, AT&T or Verizon provides. They want us to do that on our personal, on our cell phones as well. And I think that's a trend that we're going to see. Any comment on that or thoughts?
Telephones were developed at an era where information security wasn't even a concern. I just like image synthesis, voice deepfakes, including live voice deepfakes, are at a point where it's really hard to kind of determine which is real and which is not. And I'm like, people have been using this to troll other users online in social media groups, but using voice identification techniques is absolutely insane, I think, this time around, because I'm going to tell you, somebody can take the Zoom recording, right, and take audio clips of you or anybody else who just spoke on it, and please don't do this. Please don't do it, but and definitely put it into any of the AI tools to create voice models so that you can do voice mimicry on it. So the threat landscape is right now, it's not hypothetical, it's actual. You can go on YouTube and find this. Voice verification is not sufficient anymore, unfortunately.
Are you seeing more people have that in their policies? More, I say more people, more corporations, are they thinking about this and really having people not use their own voice for their greetings?
To be honest, I don't think they are aware of this. I don't say this in the like a snarky sense. Mm-hmm. A lot of the voice mimicry, for example, popped up last October, and the FBI, with their credit, did give out a public service announcement, although it did hurt them that they didn't give demonstration of how intense and realistic these technologies are. That's why I don't think the industry or other sectors of our country reacted to a robustness to counteract with this new threat, especially with voice. And if I'm the first person to kind of demonstrate voice deepfakes to you, I'm glad that I'm doing this for a public service. Let's put it that way.
Thank you.
Is there, I guess, from a records management perspective or an information governance perspective, there's no metadata associated with these things that we could use to authenticate?
Correct. So let me put a caveat. Unless we start, and I hate to say this, unless we start to move into the best practice of validating and tracking data at the moment they are created, meaning when you're taking a video footage or a voice recording, the device uses encryption, digital signatures to authenticate that the data was not only created at that point in time by that device. Any other metadata that is not encryption based can be forged easily. And we do have the technology, we have the encryption technology, we have all these ways to implement digital signatures, which are using encryption to validate information to any type of data, but it's not part of our normal practice yet. So moving forward from an information governance perspective and other related areas, we need to kind of get focus on data provenance. So knowing that we need to track the origin of the data and how the data kind of travels through time before we can quote unquote authenticate it. Right now, authentication is I think starts when the data is obtained, but not necessarily when it's created. So that's sort of my perspective on that.
So is that, I hate to say the word blockchain, but is that kind of a blockchain type of authentication we're talking about?
Blockchain does, at least in the, when we're talking about digital currencies, that's what they do, because you have the full record of where the digital money goes through the moment when the new digital blockchain money gets created through the mining process. The challenge, though, is on two folds. One is like taking a photo, it may be difficult to have access to a blockchain that's located off on a network when you're taking a photo at a remote place or whatever. So there might be some implementation challenges there. But the secondary part is for most, and this is not only for blockchain, one of the bigger threats than this generative AI thing is quantum computing, because once quantum computing becomes accessible, most of our asymmetrical encryption, not symmetrical encryption, but asymmetrical encryption that blockchain uses, digital signature uses, and our web browsing encryption uses, will be absolutely obsolete, and they'll be broken. So that is still on the horizon. NIST, which is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, is coming up, hopefully with a post-quantum resilient encryption on it. But when I say solution is encryption or using digital signatures or blockchain, there's a time limit on that we need to keep in mind of, because in the next 10, 20 years, we need to probably move into a different sort of encryption standard.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, Susan.
Any further questions? No, he scared us enough, I think.
Oh, I do have one. Here we are. Tom Kennedy. His question is, what is the likelihood of the U.S. government creating laws, mandating companies to give consumers an opt-out from their data being used to train AI?
I think the agency that is going to be most active in that space is the Federal Trade Commission, because they're both focused on protecting consumer against unfair business practices, and they've been kind of writing blog posts about it already. So in terms of the likelihood, it's high, but I think the problem is those whatever reasonable regulation that's going to be happening. I think the way businesses are going to get around it is saying, you have to consent for us to use your data to improve our services, or you don't have the option of using us at the first place. So using the consent mechanism, I feel like businesses will get around of any type of regulatory power that the FTC may impose on them on that subject area, unless Congress steps in and creates explicit statutes prohibiting businesses from using the consent mechanism to train on users' data. So I think that's the, sort of my perspective on it, but I might be wrong.
Any more questions from anybody? Oh, I think Tom's was the last one.
Thank you, Daniel, for your time. I so appreciate it.
That was
Certainly.
fantastic.
And yeah, and if anybody have any other questions, again, I'll just leave my email on the chat after this. But I'm more than happy to kind of discuss. And sort of my goal is not necessarily to kind of scare people, but to kind of give awareness of sort of differing the risk landscape that AI technologies provide, harness them, use them, but also know that bad people use them in twisted ways that we kind of need to be aware of. So thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Super informative.
Hutch, do you want to share your screen?
I am.
With the
Ooh,
thing?
I'm admitting people, and let's see what do we do here. Oh, let me share my screen. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. My Zoom back up. Slight difficulty here. Do, do, do.
Will there be singing?
There will be singing, of course. And I just need to close a few things. A few thousand that have decided to open since we've been going here.
We are taking a 15-minute break here. Well,
Yes.
slightly less
Are.
than 15 minutes at this point. We'll start again at 10:45 with Vince Z. In the meantime, Hutch is going to put his slideshow up with basic information, but we will start again at
All right.
10:05.
And here comes that basic information now.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're on break.
And we are on break.
Thank you.
But I do want everyone to see that the prizes are based on class participation. So make sure you get your questions in, and also for attendance. Those who are around for at least 75% attendance today, you go into that pool to be of 3 people to receive a gift card, and the person who has the most participation with the appropriate questions and interactions with our guest, they will automatically receive that $50 gift card. And Susan and I are not eligible for this.
That's right.
You may see us or hear us asking a lot of questions.
That's right. But jump in. We want to hear from you.
Oh, yeah, we want to hear from you, not us. Thank you.
Thanks, Hutch.
All right, everybody, we'll be starting in about 1 minute. Our next presentation is from 10:45 to 11:45. Oh, hello, everybody. Now it's 10:45, and our next presenter will be Vince Z. And his presentation is on e-discovery and records management, the Nexus. His presentation will provide an understanding of the pivotal point connecting e-discovery and records management and the importance between them. Vince is an associate principal consultant at Innovative Development. He started his career providing ERP and database support for various customers before transitioning to e-discovery and records management. Vince has since provided e-discovery and records management and solutions over the past 5 years, as well as designing and implementing process. He has successfully led projects that reduce the amount of time and effort for e-discovery collections and processing. Significantly reduce. Yeah, I know.
Fading in and out.
Oh, well, that's no good. And significantly reducing costs for clients. And as soon as I unmute, oh, he's unmuted. Fantastic. He can begin his presentation. I can also begin to share my screen here. I will stop and let Vince C take over.
Perfect. Thank you, Hutch. Let me share.
And we see you.
Perfect. All right. Thank you again for that intro, Hutch. And before you get started, I don't know if you can see it on camera, but I just want to address what looks like scratch marks on my upper lip here. So yesterday morning, as I was leaving for work, I was attacked by the vicious little Pomeranian Eskimo. So this small little white cloud with teeth. I was leaving for work, which she always hates, but yesterday in particular, as I was leaving, wanted to give her a kiss goodbye, as I always do, and she decided to return it, but with teeth. And if it wasn't for her canine kind of catching the edge of my lip here, I wouldn't have needed to get stitches, but it did, and I had to get stitches. So that is what's happened here. But just wanted to get that out of the way. And by the way, the vicious part was that was a joke. She's my dog, had her 8 years, never once bit me, never thought she would, but she really didn't want me to go to work yesterday. So that's what happened, but I'm here. I'm okay, she's okay, despite not getting any treats yesterday. So now that that's out of the way, we'll start with this presentation, which we'll be talking about records management and e-discovery. So Hutch already provided a background, but I've been with Innovative Development for the last 5 years, providing e-discovery and records management services. Before that, I was an ERP consultant for a couple of different ERP systems, providing implementation services, process improvements, data migrations, and software support. So I've been in the IT business for a little over 10 years now. And that ERP experience has helped me a lot in the e-discovery and the records management spaces as well. And I'm happy to be here presenting for the Arma Keystone Spring Seminar. Thanks for having me. All right, so today I kind of want to go over a few things. So first off is just an overview of records management, and we'll go a little bit deeper into the different components of it. I'm also going to go over an overview of e-discovery. And for those of you who have been in the records management and e-discovery realms, that may just be a nice refresher for you. But for people who haven't really been in that area, hopefully you'll learn a little bit about what each of those entail. And then the third part is the connection between records management and e-discovery. So that's really talking about how records management affects e-discovery and its role in e-discovery. And then we'll wrap up with a short conclusion and then the benefits of having a good records management program and within e-discovery. So first off, records and information management, which sometimes is called RIM. It's interchangeable with records management. But before I go into the definition, I just want to briefly talk about the difference between information governance and records management. Sometimes they're used interchangeably, but there is a slight distinction between the two. So information governance, if you want to look at it as a sort of overarching umbrella of policies and procedures that have a lot of different components underneath it, and information governance really ensures that all these different components are following the organization's overall strategy and success. So it sort of provides a framework for all these different components to follow. Whereas records management is one of the components that falls underneath information governance. And records management really focuses more on the maintenance of a record throughout the various stages of its life cycle. So from creation all the way to destruction or disposition. Sometimes I'll use terms interchangeably, but for the ones that I want to make a distinction between, I will, such as information governance and records management. So another way to look at records management is it shows an organization how a record is maintained, where it is retained, and how it should be destroyed. So with that, I want to talk about what is a record, because not everything that is created in an organization is considered a record. So the actual definition is a little generic, but it's a document or any recorded information, whether it's digital or physical, that is used in a business or is used to conduct business. So again, a little general, but a record will typically fall under one of these 5 categories, which is administrative, fiscal, historical, legal, and then the last one, research or informational. And these sort of represent the value of the record. So whether that record has administrative value or fiscal value, so on. So an administrative record, those are just records that are used to sort of maintain an organization, so to kind of keep it up and running in a sense, and for any of its associated activities. So for example, like HR records would serve an administrative purpose. And then you have fiscal value records, which contain financial information. So that one's a little self-explanatory. But anything with financial information, whether it's financial transactions or financial records that are used for either current or future business, that would be considered a fiscal record. You also have historical value records. Again, a little self-explanatory, but these records contain information regarding past business and functions. So if you have to look back at something, any document that provides historical information or helps you understand something that happened in the past, that would be considered a historical record. You also have legal records. So these are records that in general will protect individuals and organizations, or records that are needed for litigation or to show compliance or other legal needs. Now, the last category, research or informational, to me, this is a bit of a gray area, but these are records that either have value or significance to the organization and don't really fall under the other 4 categories. So again, a bit of a gray area, but I think it's easier to talk about what are not records. So the non-records, a pretty, I guess, maybe not obvious example, but a good example of a non-record would be duplicates or copies of an original record. So the duplicates are considered non-records and they do not have to be kept or retained. And best practice would be they should not be retained. And there are reasons for that, which we'll get into in a little bit. But another example would be drafts of a document. So if you have a contract, a lot of the times it'll be in a Word document as it goes through its revisions and goes through all of its approvals. And then when it's finally approved, it'll become a PDF. And at that point, that document has become a record, whereas the drafts aren't. And another example would just be personal notes. So for example, I have notes about what I want to talk about specifically during this presentation, but these are just personal notes. It's not a record. Whereas this presentation would be considered a record because it provides informational value, hopefully. And if you ever have to look back at past presentations that were given, they would provide historical value. Or another example is, we will typically have meeting minutes during a meeting, but sometimes you might just do a quick draft of what happened during the meeting, just quick notes, and then later after the meeting you go back and revise it, clean it up, and then turn it into an official record. But before that, the drafts are considered non-records, and they aren't needed. And on the right-hand side here, I just have a picture about the information governance reference model. And this is just to help show that information governance sort of encapsulates an entire organization. So it has all of these different areas of an organization that information governance helps determine how records should be managed. And then on the bottom right there, you can see RIM, Records and Information Management, which is a part of the information governance. Okay, so we know what the definition of records management is. We know what a record is and what a non-record is, but what does a records management program actually entail? So typically they contain 3 components: a retention policy, a retention schedule, and then a records index. So a retention policy sort of addresses the purpose, the scope, the roles and responsibilities of the records management program. It'll also address retention standards, and also will help determine what the destruction process is. And the retention schedule is really just a list of applicable categories of records and what their legally or regulatory recommended retention periods are. So it helps sort of organize the records within your organization into categories, and then it'll help you understand how long those categories of records need to be maintained and retained. And then the last piece, records index. This is where a records index would help you see where records are created and where they're kept within an organization. It'll also help you understand how those how those records are maintained, as well as who the record custodians are. And best practice it'll also include date ranges. Records index may not always include that, but it'll also help understand what information is kept where and from what time range. So two things that I want to talk about within the records management program are the repositories. So the program will really help an organization and its users understand what the approved repositories are. So once a record has created, where do you store that? And the retention schedule and the records index will help a user understand where those records are kept. So for example, if you keep financial records within SAP, you can see that in the records index, and you know that any financial records should be kept within SAP, for example. Or if you have marketing materials that are stored in SharePoint, any marketing materials that are created should be stored in SharePoint. And that sort of helps eliminate duplicate copies that are retained in different places, because some people may not know where to store that document, and so they just store it wherever. They'll store it on their laptop possibly, or on a network share. But having a standard repository for all the different categories of records will help an organization keep their records and their data nice and neat. Sort of like this picture on the right-hand side, even though I don't know why you need so many pens and pencils on the desk. And then the last part that I want to touch on is the disposition, which is very important within a records management program. And there's several reasons for that. I'll go into a little more later, but the main reason is you don't really want duplicate copies of records, because that will increase the amount. One, it'll increase the amount of data, total data that you have in your organization, which will impact your e-discovery process. But it'll also just create extra time and costs in trying to reduce that duplicate data. So disposing of records per the retention policy and schedule, getting rid of them when they're able to is a very important part of records management. Oops. All right, so that was a brief overview of records management. We'll go into the e-discovery side of things, which is e-discovery just stands for electronic discovery. And electronic discovery is really just a process of collecting, preparing, reviewing, and producing electronically stored information, or ESI, for use in legal proceedings. So not just civil and criminal lawsuits, but e-discovery can also be used for government investigations, audits or compliance, for example. And then the definition of ESI, electronically stored information, that is just information that is stored electronically. So examples of that would be emails, or you can have digital files that are saved on a network share or possibly on servers. They could be stored on hard drives. You could have cell phone data. Pretty much anything that stores electronic data is considered ESI. And then one thing that I want to touch on with e-discovery is early case assessment and early data assessment, which I like to just shorten to ECDA. I don't think anybody else uses that term, but ECA and EDA are very closely related. So I like to just shorten it and say, call it ECDA. But early case assessment is really just trying to quickly analyze the different components of a case at the outset of it. So trying to understand who potential custodians are of the case, if there are any date ranges, if there are any keywords or search terms, so things like that. And the point of trying to understand that information is to help them evaluate what their legal liability is and potential costs, which by understanding the amount of data that is potentially relevant to the case, that can help them have a general idea of what the cost of going through all of that data would be. And all of that is really to help an organization determine if they should either seek early settlement or if it's worth going to trial. A lot of the cases, or a lot of the times, cases won't even go to trial. And sometimes that's because the costs of going to trial and the cost of the e-discovery process, among other things, is actually more than trying to come to a settlement. And so that's why ECA is an important part. Now, EDA, which is early data assessment, that is an integral part of ECA. And that's where you sort of actually analyze the data to an extent to determine generally what the overall amount of data is, and to try and get an understanding of how much relevant information they have. And that sort of helps them understand what the strength of their case is by having that understanding of the potentially relevant information. So on this side, I just have the electronic discovery reference model, or the EDRM. And this sort of details all the steps that are within the e-discovery process. So at the very beginning here, you can see you have the information governance reference model that I had earlier. And that's because that's where kind of everything starts. So how an organization maintains all of their information and how it's governed is where you want to start. But the e-discovery process starts with identification. And then I'll go through a brief description of each of these processes, but then I'm going to go more into the first three here: identification, preservation, and collection, which is commonly referred to as the left-hand side of the EDRM. And that's because that's where records management really plays an important role in e-discovery, is those three steps right there. But the identification step is really just identifying potential sources of relevant information. So as I mentioned before, that could be emails, could be software applications, network shares, cell phones, hard drives, things of that nature. And then once that information has been identified, you move on to the preservation step. Preservation is just storing and protecting the information against any sort of deletion or alteration. And that's to really avoid spoliation claims, which is data that is either accidentally or intentionally, hopefully not intentionally, deleted or altered. And a big part of that is something called litigation or legal hold, which I'll talk about just a little bit later on. But a litigation / legal hold, which I just like to call legal hold, is very important, especially when it comes to records management. And again, we'll talk about that in a little bit here. The next step, collection, that is where you gather the identified information, as well as the metadata that goes along with that data, using forensically sound techniques and software, and making sure that that process that was used to collect the data is repeatable and defensible. That's sort of a term that you'll hear a lot in the e-discovery space, repeatable and defensible. And that's because it's very important to the discovery process to make sure that what you did before, you can do it again, and that everything is documented so that it can be defended in court. And then once you have that data collected, that's when it goes to the processing stage. And processing is preparing the collected data for the next two steps, the review and analysis. And typically during processing, this is where the amount of data is significantly reduced. This is where you will typically apply date ranges, if there are any, keywords or search terms. You'll also deduplicate data during this step, and remove system files, usually by denisting. And then with that reduced amount of data, that then goes on to the review step, which is a review team. So a group of people will actually look through those documents and evaluate them for responsiveness or relevancy. They'll also look at the documents to determine if there's any privileged or confidential information that's contained in those documents, or any other type of sensitive information, really. Because that information would be redacted within the step. And then the analysis step, legal teams would study the relevant data, and then they would sort of develop case theories or strategies, again, either for settlement negotiations or for litigation if the case goes to trial. And the last two steps here, production and presentation. Production is just sharing the responsive material that is not privileged or confidential with the opposing party that requested the information. And then presentation is presenting that information in court. And then one thing that I want to point out in this model, actually two things. So one, before it used to be more of a waterfall approach. So you would kind of go through the steps, complete the first one, go to the next one. But it's since been changed to this one here, where it's more of an iterative process. And the reason is because as you go through the e-discovery process, you may gain more information and learn that there may actually be more custodians that are involved in the case. And also with that, you could learn that there may be other potential sources of information. So as you're processing and reviewing the initial data set, you might have to go back to preserve and collect the additional custodians' data. And so that's why it's sort of an iterative process. And the last part at the bottom there, you can see it's really two triangles, but looks like three with the different colors. But the left side refers to volume, so the amount of data. And then the blue triangle relates to the relevancy. And then the green in the middle is sort of where those two intersect. And what that represents is at the beginning of the process, you have essentially all of the information that's available within the organization. And then as you go through the steps, as you identify the potentially relevant sources, as you process it, remove the duplicates, you do your search terms and date ranges, that information becomes whittled down to the small subset that is relevant to the case. And hopefully it's a small subset. In this day and age, I think the number now is upwards of 300 million terabytes of data, of electronic data is being created every day, or something unfathomable like that. And so the e-discovery process is becoming more and more important within the e-discovery realm to help whittle down all of that data to just the information and data that is really relevant and needed. Sorry about that. All right, so stay on this side. Sorry about that. Okay, so now we have, oh my gosh. Sorry, 1 second.
Okay, we had technology problems all day, so you're good.
I do not have an automatic. Let's see here. I don't think I have it progressing. All right, let me turn that off. Thank you. Okay. So now that we have an overview of what records management is, we have a brief understanding of e-discovery. Now let's talk about why records management is such an important part in e-discovery. And again, we're just going to talk about the left-hand side of the EDRM because that's sort of where records management really is important. So within the first step, identification, again, that's just identifying potential sources of information. This is where the records index of the records management program really comes into play. Because having the records index will help an organization understand where information is stored. And not just help understand what information is potentially relevant, where it's stored, but also it'll help eliminate sources of information. For example, if a case requires financial information, you know automatically that you don't need to go to SharePoint, for example, because the records index shows that no financial information is stored in SharePoint. All financial information is stored in SAP or JD Edwards or Oracle or whatever financial application is used, or perhaps it's stored on a network share. Another important piece of the records index is the custodian manager, the records manager, who will help determine who to conduct a custodial interview with. That's not to say that the record custodian is the relevant custodian of the case, but that's at least a good starting point of who to go to interview and learn about potential other custodians who may have that relevant information. And this is also where, if you have date ranges within the records index, comes into play here. And that's because, a lot of the cases, organizations will switch softwares or applications. And depending on whether or not they migrate the data over to the new software or they keep it within the old software, you could potentially have relevant information in multiple different sources. And without a records index and understanding where information is, that can be very cumbersome and time consuming to try and go back and understand what information is where and from what date ranges. So for example, let's use the financial records again. You have to collect financial records from 2020 to present. And then within the records index, it shows you that you have financial records before that, obviously. So let's say from 2016 to 2023, you have records that are stored in JDE. And then in 2023, your company moved to SAP. And the data was not migrated into SAP, it was kept within JDE. So from 2023 onwards, you have financial data within SAP. But because of the date range of the case spans from 2020 to 2024, you now have two sources of financial records that you have to go and collect from. You have to collect from both JDE from 2020 to 2023, and then from 2023 onwards, you have to collect information from SAP. So really, the best practice with any sort of migration is to migrate the data over, and that will help reduce the amount of sources that you have to collect from. But that may not always be the case. Cost of migration is high, and it can take a lot of time, and depending on the software, sometimes it may not even be feasible because you may have fields in the old software that don't map over to the new software, in which case you would have either loss of data or you would have to create custom fields in the new software to accommodate for the old software. But then at that point, you have records with differing information. Some of it, the records that came from the old system would have additional fields, and then records that were sort of natively created within the software wouldn't have those fields. So I understand there are some cases where migration is impossible, but that is why having a records index to show you where the information is and from what date ranges really helps with the identification step of the e-discovery process. I've been in situations where we weren't really sure if a particular data source had relevant information. And if you don't know, you have to check. And that can take a lot of time, as well as a lot of cost in trying to index the data, process it, just to see if you have relevant information in there. And that's just a small example. With mergers and acquisitions, you have all of these different types of softwares and applications that the old company was using, whether or not they're migrated. Now you have differing sources for many different types of data. So again, this is where a records index really comes into play here. Now for the preservation step, again, this is just protecting information against deletion or alteration. And an important part of this is the legal hold process. There's a lot that goes into legal hold, but that it's essentially a notice that is sent out to the organization in order to preserve potentially relevant information. And again, that's to avoid spoliation claims, which is never a good thing, and you want to avoid that. So you want to avoid any destruction or alteration or loss of potentially relevant information. And the important part here is that a legal hold will actually override, or I guess a better word would be to suspend the retention policy. So if you have a record, let's say that's towards the end of its retention policy, let's say that you needed to keep the record for 7 years for legal and regulatory purposes. It's year 6.5, so there's only 6 more months left of that document's life cycle before you can safely and legally dispose of it. But then a legal hold notice goes out saying that that information is potentially relevant and needs to be preserved. That legal hold notice will now take precedence. So within 6 months, even though according to the retention policy, within 6 months, that document can be disposed of, because of the legal hold, you can no longer do that. It now needs to be protected and retained for however long the legal hold notice is. So if the legal hold is for 5 years, you have to keep that document for that whole 5 years until the hold is released. And then the other side of that, if a document is in legal hold and is subsequently released from the legal hold, you still have to look at its retention policy. Just because it's been released from legal hold doesn't mean you can immediately dispose of it. If it's still under its retention policy, you still have to follow that as well. So if the legal hold is within the 5 years, but you have to keep that document for 7, you still have to keep it for the 2 years after the legal hold was released. And then the last part, and I sort of combined processing into here because it's a little related, but it's mostly during the collection step. And again, it's the records index, but really both the retention schedule and the retention or the records index plays an important part here. So after you've identified the information, you've preserved it, everything's good to go. When you go to collect and process the information, sometimes during the collection phase, depending on the tool and the software that's used, you can actually immediately apply a date range to that data source, which will help eliminate the data up front. And again, it's hard to do without a records index if you don't understand where the data is and where it was kept from what date ranges. So by looking to the records index for that information, you can significantly cut down on costs of collection, as well as the processing of that data. And again, it'll also help you understand the different sources of the location. So where do you need to collect that information from? So to sort of conclude the benefits of a good records management program within eDiscovery, the left-hand side here is kind of benefits of a good records management program, and that's to protect important and essential records to the business. You know, you never want to be in a scenario where important information was accidentally deleted or was lost for whatever reason. A good records management program will help protect that information. It'll also help ensure compliance with any legal and regulatory record keeping requirements. So again, if you have to keep a record for 7 years due to legal reasons, the records management program will help you do that. As Ray mentioned earlier, just because you keep a record longer doesn't mean that it's against the law to do that. You can. However, disposing of that record has a lot of benefits if it has met its retention policy. Another benefit would be reducing the amount of effort that's required for creating documents and for storing them. Again, it'll help users of an organization to understand where documents should be stored once they're created. It'll also help them understand where information should be collected from. It'll also just help alleviate, costs and time for retrieval of the data and storing it. And then the last part here is minimizing duplicates and storage costs. So storing duplicates essentially doubles the amount of data that you have to store, and storage has a cost associated to it, whether you're storing the records on-prem on servers or you're storing them in the cloud. There are costs associated with that. And so getting rid of the duplicates and the copies, except for the original record, will really help reduce costs there. And especially within e-discovery. A lot of the times, costs is associated with the amount of data that is involved in the e-discovery process. So typically the right-hand side of the EDRM would be handled by third-party processing vendors. And there's a cost associated with the amount of data that is sent to them, the amount of data that is processed, and then the amount of data that is hosted on their repositories. And so having a good records management program, eliminating duplicates will help reduce that cost because you are sending less data to the third-party vendors. But also if you're storing them locally, it'll help reduce costs there as well. And also just, you don't want to have duplicate copies of a record in various locations because that makes it difficult to understand what the original record is and who has it. If you have a record that's stored on several people's laptops, for example, how do you really know which one is the original record and which one's a duplicate or a copy? So knowing where the records should be stored. And then that way, during the e-discovery process, you don't have to reach out to 5 different people and collect their documents and have 1 copy and 4 duplicates. You just go to the approved repository and collect the information there. And you just have 1 clean original record. Now, on the right-hand side here, these are sort of the benefits of following the record retention policy and disposing of records when they are able to. So the first one here, and this applies more to ESI because that's what e-discovery applies to. So not so much your physical records, but disposing of electronic records. So the first benefit is, let me move this up. First benefit is having less discoverable information. So again, during the identification and collection phases specifically, if you have 10 terabytes of data, hopefully not, but if you have 10 terabytes of data, but 2, 3, 4 terabytes of that is duplicate information, you still have to collect and process that information. And again, there's costs associated with the amount of data. So by eliminating that extra data up front and not even having that being discoverable will help reduce costs on the left-hand side of the EDRM process. And that'll just benefit you throughout the rest of the process by having less data to cull through initially and less information to deduplicate out. Another benefit would be faster, more reliable searches. So obviously, depending on the software that's being used, searching and culling through terabytes of data would take longer than culling through a couple 100 gigabytes of information. For example, if you have emails that are stored in the cloud, and then you have emails that are also stored locally, which it shouldn't, but sometimes it does happen. You have duplicate copies of both in 2 different locations. Just having less data in both sources will help decrease the amount of time searching through that amount of data would take. And obviously decrease costs. So we've already talked about that. Having less data to cull through would decrease the cost of your e-discovery process in general. And then the last part here, safe harbor. And the safe harbor is sort of a legal provision that will help sidestep or eliminate legal or regulatory liability in certain situations. So with regard to records management and e-discovery, it'll allow you to demonstrate that any electronically stored information that was disposed of was disposed of as a result of a routine good faith operation. And an important part of that is to be able to document all of your record destructions in order to show that you have been following a steady and consistent disposition process. Because obviously, if you don't really follow the retention policy and you just happen to get rid of information that was potentially relevant to a case as per the retention schedule, but you don't have proof that you were disposing of other information as well, that is a little suspicious. So being able to prove that you have been disposing of all of your records per the retention policy and that you have been documenting it will provide safe harbor if you ever have potentially irrelevant information to a case that was disposed of. And that is the end of my presentation. So
You do have questions.
oh, perfect.
Yeah,
Great.
they're in the chat. We have a question from Kathy Lovemore, and she asked, "Can the records index be part of the records retention schedule?" That's with and then she says, as a question, with different views.
Yeah. So
As a, yeah.
yeah, no, that's a good question. So yes, I think it is a best practice to have the retention schedule included within the records index. And that'll help understand not only where the record is stored, but also what retention category and retention policy should be applied to that record. So it'll help you understand that, financial records should be stored with 7 years, and within the record index, you can easily look that up. And depending on where the record index is created, you can have different views. For example, we've created a record index within SharePoint once, and within SharePoint, you can create different views. And that really helps sort of dissect the data and help the users only see the information that's relevant to them. Because not all of the information is relevant to certain users, depending on who that user is. They may not need to know the legal retention. They just need to know what the regulatory retention is. Or they may not necessarily need to know who the record owner is. They just need to know what the repository is. Just for example. So yes, it can be the records schedule, the retention schedule can be applied to the records index. Hopefully that answers the question.
And we have another question. This is from Susan Hadley. Are there document management software programs that will automatically create a records index?
That I would have to look into, but there are retention repositories and softwares that would be able to incorporate a records retention schedule within it, as opposed to having the records index also. That I would have to get back to you on.
Okay. Let's see. There's a question. Let's say you're working on something in a company, and you get a legal hold notice. How do you continue to work in that? And is there something that can, as you create something, I know in your document management system, that it automatically makes it a record? And so it uses no way of deleting it. Let's say you lock down everything that's in there, and then as you create more within that system, it automatically turns it into a record, so it cannot be, or does something to it, makes it read only as you work. Is that possible, or is that a practice?
And I don't want to step on you here, Vince, but we're getting ready to have a whole hour-long discussion about how corporations should respond to lit holds. So that's maybe going to be answered there.
Ah,
Yeah, so, but just to sort of briefly touch on that, a lot of softwares will have some sort of built-in, sometimes it's called an e-discovery hold, but a legal hold. So it will, for example, I know Microsoft Purview or Microsoft 365 does have that capability where you could place an e-discovery hold on certain data and it'll prevent that data from being deleted or altered. And I know that SharePoint also has that capability. You can apply, I think they're called retention labels to certain records and documents. And then you can have a retention policy attached to that will prevent that record from being deleted or altered. But as Susan mentioned, it's probably a much larger discussion.
gotcha. Yeah, well, we'll avoid that path. We do have another question. Are there any records naming best practices that you suggest best helps with e-discovery?
Absolutely. A lot of the times we'll have records that have very similar names, but they're really the same thing. In terms of best practices, really, I think the organization should get together and discuss what a standard naming convention for all of their documents should be. So for example, contracts related to, if you're in construction, if it's related to deeds or easements, maybe have that keyword within the document name. Or if you have marketing materials, clinical research materials, or if you're a pharmaceutical company and you have product related records, it would really help to have the product name within the records, because within the discovery, a lot of the times, one of the keywords or search terms would be a product name. And so just having that immediately within the metadata of the file would significantly help, because you don't have to necessarily index the information within that file. You could just quickly search the metadata of the files, which is much faster, and quickly have a general understanding of what information is relevant to that product. So yeah, just sort of understanding, I guess, what your information is, and then coming up with a standard naming convention for those documents. And that's also where the retention schedule can come into play. By having those different categories of records, you can sort of use that to help you determine what the standard naming convention of those documents should be.
We have another question.
Perfect.
What if someone new comes to your company and you just want to, word is destroy? What is, oh, I've got to ask that person. I don't know if that was a misspelling. That's a word I do not know. D-E-S-T-R-A-W. Is that a word anybody knows? Let's see. Talon 1. Can you clarify your question with what if someone new comes to your company and you just want to, and that word is D-S-T-R-A-W. Is it supposed to be destroy? I don't get an answer.
I haven't heard of that term, but
yeah. I don't know. And I haven't gotten oh, destroy everything. That's what it means.
Destroy everything. Oh, okay. So when you have a new person coming in and you want to destroy everything.
Yeah, I don't know.
As
I'm not
in,
going to get a clarification on that.
Yeah, so if you want to destroy information, well, I'm not
Yeah,
sure
I'm
how
not
it
quite
relates to
sure.
the new person, but destroying records in general should be a no.
No,
Unless
okay.
you follow the retention policy, and if that document is at the end of its life cycle, then you can dispose of it. But
Okay.
other than that, it should be retained as per the policy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
And there's nothing in the question pot right now. So I think, yeah, I think we'll be done on questions, but thank you very much. That was fantastic.
Absolutely.
Very good
And,
presentation. Nice slide work there also, I have to say. It was very good.
Thank you. Ray helped me out with that little glitch in the middle.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate your time.
All right, Hutch, we're gonna
And-
start again at noon.
Yeah, we're going to start again at noon, and that will be Joseph Leonard.
Joe Leonard.
Yeah, okay, Joe Leonard. Why don't you take that? You do the introduction now.
That will be Joe Leonard from Morris James, and he will, you've heard Vince now talk a little bit about Litholds, but Joe's gonna talk to us about how corporations need to respond to Litholds. So we will start again at noon on the dot.
Thank you very much, and I shall put my little screen all back up, and that'll be fantastic. And we'll see you back here at noon. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody. It's 11:59, and we've got about 1 minute before we start our 12 p.m. presentation. And I think I'm going to turn it over to you, Susan.
Okay, I like it. We'll give them 1 minute just to make sure everybody's back.
Mhm.
Yes. All right, I think it's officially noon. We can go ahead and get started. Mr. Leonard has kindly shown up for his presentation. I'm very happy. Thank you. I've asked Joe Leonard here. He's going to sort of follow up on what Vince started talking about. I've asked him to talk to us about how corporations should respond to Litholds. He's an attorney here at Morris James, where I work in our corporate and commercial litigation practice. And he is the firm's e-discovery guru. He's advising clients on electronic discovery and information governance best practices. So I kind of voluntold him he needed to come speak with us and give us some of his knowledge. So thank you, Joe, for joining us today. I appreciate it.
Of course, thank you for having me. I'm always excited to talk to people about this stuff. Yeah, I can share my screen. Okay, so like Susan said, I handle e-discovery for our law firm. I've been doing this for a long time now, and I'm here to talk to you about legal holds. It sounds like some of that was covered in the last session, but I'm going to start with giving an overview of the process. I'm going to talk about the consequences of not adhering to them. and then sort of the form and the function of what we want to see. I have an example of a case that just came down that I was going to talk about also. So I will get started. All right, apologies, I'm just trying to sort everything out on my screen so I can advance my PowerPoint. Because right now I believe I'm looking at the screen share. There we go. Legal holds. It's really, it's one of the first steps in the e-discovery process in terms of collection and production. A legal hold is, people may think about it as being the letter that they receive, but I like to think of it as the process, behind that letter. It's the letter itself, but it's also the process of implementing, identifying, and carrying that out. So it's a process by which organizations preserve potentially relevant information when litigation is reasonably anticipated. There's not a one-size-fits-all solution to a legal hold. For different corporations will need different things that'll depend on their information governance structure, depend on their size. It's a very different process for a very large corporation and then a smaller business. But ultimately, it's about identifying the reasonable steps that you need to take to, excuse me, to identify and preserve information that's requested. It applies to both ESI and to hard copy, although I'm sure everyone's experience these days is that hard copy is a much smaller part of these discovery operations. ESI is really the driving force behind the laws behind it, and behind the regulations that govern it. The abundance of ESI in the last 20 years has resulted in some changes to the way that we approach this in the law. And so that's like the real focus of my work in e-discovery. So the legal hold notice is the letter that initiates this process. When we are aware of litigation, we want to send out this legal hold notice, because that is evidence. We can point to that as to illustrate that we are taking, the reasonable steps that we're required to preserve this information when we're aware of potential litigation. It's documentation for that process. You can refer to it later. You can point to it. And then that provides some protection against some of the harsher sanctions that can come from spoliation. The legal hold notice doesn't in itself impose the duty to preserve. That duty comes up just by awareness of the litigation. It can create that awareness, but if you are in a situation where there may be litigation pending, you have a responsibility to recognize those triggers as well and to get this process rolling. So, for instance, if an employee leaves on bad terms, you will need to likely need to place a legal hold on that employee's account just in case there's an employment dispute that comes up down the road. If it's reasonable to anticipate that that litigation could result from that. The legal hold notice itself makes it very clear that the obligation to preserve is recognized and that we are aware of it. So it's important to roll those out in a timely manner to keep that documentation for your timeline going forward.
Joe, can I ask you to go to presentation mode or slideshow mode so your screen will be a little bigger?
Yes.
Do you mind?
No, that's fine. Is this better? This looks a little different for me. This looks smaller for me.
Yeah, I'm kind of seeing your notes on the side. Well, on the side there, I guess the next slide.
I don't know, how do I just start it?
It should.
I'm getting
Yeah.
this stuff on the side and I don't know how to skip over it.
If I may, just hit display settings and change swap presenter view. Yep, you got it.
Thank you. So, so the main, the thing that we're trying to avoid in this legal process is spoliation of discoverable data. Spoliation is the failure to preserve just relevant evidence contrary to an organization's preservation obligation. When we think about e-discovery, it always starts very broad and it narrows this iterative process that we can find new things that we need to preserve and produce. But we're going to always start broad and it's going to sort of narrow. So at the point of the legal hold, that's prior to collection. Collection, there's a lot of law that says you go broad on collection. Legal hold preservation, it's generally good to go even broader than that. That said, there's not an obligation to preserve everything, but we need to have an understanding of what is subject to the matter in dispute and what needs to be held. Spoliation results from, it can be intentional destruction or it can be negligent destruction. If intentional destruction, the finding of that will result in very severe sanctions. And then negligent destruction is just failure to comply with these guidelines, these legal hold policies that we need to roll out. The obligation comes from the common law and it comes from also federal and state court rules. So the federal rules that govern it are Civil Procedure 26 and 37. Those govern e-discovery and sanctions for spoliation. There are corresponding state rules. In Delaware, where I practice, the rules are the same, the rule numbers are the same. So it's Delaware Chancery Court Rule 37 and 26. In Pennsylvania, I believe it's 4009. I have that later in the slide. So for 37E is right here. To establish that spoliation of ESI has occurred, the moving party must show that the spoliating party was under a duty to preserve when the loss occurred. That's the first threshold to cross. And a legal hold notice will, that's evidence of that duty. So that is one of the first things that we need to establish. And then the ESI was lost despite the duty to preserve, and that it can't be recovered. Sanctions for spoliation include fee shifting, monetary sanctions, adverse inference, default judgment can come up in very extreme cases where there's just a clear showing that evidence was destroyed to prevent its use in litigation. It's very rare that we get those ultimate sanctions, but you'll see things like fee shifting and monetary sanctions frequently. Excuse me. So this is the first step of identifying the legal hold. We want to know what triggers it. The baseline is the reasonable anticipation of litigation. You can have that from a number of events. I mentioned employees leaving on bad terms. You can receive a notice of claims from someone. You can be subject to a regulatory investigation that will require preservation. And then many industries are under regulatory guidelines requiring preservation of certain types of data. So compliance with those regulations, that's also subject to a legal hold. The Sedona conference is an e-discovery working group that really digs down on these topics and provides commentary and analysis. One of the distinctions they make is that they prefer legal hold as opposed to litigation hold, because a legal hold can arise outside of the context of litigation for those reasons that I just listed in terms of the regulatory situations. And then once the event has been triggered, we have to determine what the scope of preservation is. So the scope of preservation is largely going to relate to the subject matter at issue. It's going to relate to the custodians involved. The custodians are the parties that you identify in your organization that have relevant information to this, to the matters at issue. You're going to want to identify the date range of the material that will be subject to the hold, because again, you're not obligated to hold everything, because courts recognize the burden that imposes on an organization in terms of slowing down, their ability to conduct business. The standard for what is preserved is discoverable information, and the federal rule of civil procedure that identifies that is we can obtain discovery regarding any non-privileged matter that's relevant to a claim or defense and proportional to the needs of the case. Proportional to the needs of the case is language that was added in 2015. Previously, the language was reasonably calculated to find admissible, to find evidence, relevant evidence. They added proportional to the needs of the case because they really wanted to focus on limiting discovery in matters where there was asymmetrical information, asymmetrical obligations, small plaintiff, big defendant, those situations. They wanted to be able to rein in the scope of the discovery. So to determine proportionality, you look at the issues in the action, the amount in controversy, the parties' access to relevant information, their resources, etc. And that determines the scope of what's discoverable. So the controlling rules on this, there's the federal rule, there's the Delaware Chancery rule, which mirrors that, and then Pennsylvania's rule does not follow the federal rule or really model after the federal rule, but it's always included this proportionality standard. So proportionality to the case is going to be key when you're determining what you want to preserve. This is actually pulled from a preservation demand letter that we use sometimes. This is just to give an idea of the scope of what is implicated by a legal hold in ESI. There's myriad types of documents that are impacted by this. We want to have a plan to capture all of that. That's going to come down to an information governance plan on the part of the client. They're going to want, when they get a legal hold, you're going to have to know where all of this lives on your system, and then how to lock it down. And now we get to implementing the legal holds. So right here, this is a quote from Zugleg v. Warburg. It's a sort of the seminal e-discovery case. They established early on that discovery obligations don't end with the implementation of a litigation hold. That's the first step. You mail out the letter, but then if you're not monitoring it, then you're not meeting your duty to comply with the obligations of the legal. So the full scope of the process includes identifying the custodians, identifying the scope and content and date range. You craft the legal hold that you'll send to your employees and to generally your IT department will implement it, and then you monitor compliance with it. You want to get a sort of a signed receipt of the legal hold. People acknowledge it. So you send it to someone, you ask that they acknowledge it and return it to you. Every so often, every few months, depending on the length of the litigation, you will refresh the legal holds to keep it fresh in everyone's mind. That's just sending that note for awareness to the custodians. And then on the back end, your IT department will lock down the data, turn off all of the auto delete functionality, ensure that nothing's being lost in the ordinary course of business. Generally, we don't want to obviously we don't want to hold things that we don't need to hold. So it's important to interrupt those auto delete systems to comply with our obligations regarding potential litigation. And then the last step of the legal hold is at the end of the matter. We want to release the legal hold. We want to let everyone know that they're no longer under this obligation. We want to let the corporation know that they no longer have to retain this data. So those are all different parts of ruling this out.
So it's not really just one step, Joe. You don't send out the legal hold, everybody collects their stuff and it's preserved somewhere else. It's an ongoing obligation.
Yes, that's the best way to look at it. In many cases, it may work in the way you described. But if anything goes wrong down the line, you want to be able to show that you've done this work to monitor the hold and to refresh the hold. And that it wasn't just a one-off situation. That's why I describe it as a process as opposed to a document, because I think of it as an ongoing relationship through the course of a representation. That's what we're doing. Counsel should be involved with discussing the legal hold with the client, discussing the legal hold with key custodians, being available to answer any questions that come up. So this slide outlines what we're shooting for with a legal hold. We want to inform parties of their obligation to preserve data. Again, that obligation exists regardless of whether a hold is issued. The document itself is there to protect the client and the counsel, and to show, to document that they're following this process that they're obligated to follow. I have that legal holds are subject to attorney-client and work product privileges. That depends based on your jurisdiction. Sometimes courts will say that legal hold notices are not subject to this privilege. And if that's the case, you might need to produce them if they're requested. In the first instance, I would not produce legal holds. It's something that, if that you'll discuss in a meet and confer situation, your counsel will discuss. But generally, I would withhold in the first instance. The hold also outlines the duty to preserve the relevant information, and it includes clear, actionable instructions on how to do that. So nowadays, a lot of this is going to fall on the back end with, the IT managers who are going to lock down the email accounts, any messaging systems used on the company's tools, things like that. But we also want to, if there's often custodians, if they have a cell phone, they may be responsible for preserving that data if that falls within the scope of it. And so they're going to have to be responsible for that. And you did know to turn off auto delete. You can explain how to do that. We want to let them know, we want them to be aware of the matter at hand and what's going to happen in the future. We want them to be aware that there is a hold on their data that IT is implementing, and that they shouldn't be manually deleting anything. So that we can use automated tools to stop, automated deletion in the course of business. But then we also need to make sure that everyone involved knows that they can't manually delete any information either. I always ask for written acknowledgement, then I file that in my file. I want to have, if there's an issue with discovery, I want to have the full record of what we've done to show that we've crossed all our T's and dotted all our I's and we've covered everything we need to cover. So I have, I save the legal hold notices we sent out, I save the acknowledgements we receive, and then a record of when it went out, any refreshing that happened subsequently. We want to have all that information just to document the process, because that makes it defensible.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
other than in a legal case where you need to produce the document or whatever you've been subject to hold, could you ever get your legal hold process audited? Would a regulator ever come in and say, show us your legal hold process and validate that it's effective?
That's an interesting question. I've not encountered that scenario. That calls to mind discovery on discovery, and being outside of a case. I suppose it's possible that you would have to show that, but I think it would depend on the industry you're in and what the controlling regulation was.
Yeah. I'm in financial services, but I don't have a warm and fuzzy about our existing legal hold process, which is why Susan was so kind to help set up this session. And I was looking for guidance on that. But since we have yet, thankfully, had a problem with how we are currently doing our legal holds, because luckily we haven't been, litigated against often enough to point out any potential failures in our process. I was just and we are in a regulated industry. I didn't know if you had ever had an experience where somehow, some way, through even a back end process where a regulator had to come in and look at your legal hold process, where I could kind of use that as leverage for why we need to make our process better. But yeah, you're confirming what I already suspected, actually.
Yeah, I've not had experience with that, but I think that the consequences for the failure of a legal hold process, I think those loom large enough to warrant an internal audit and a refresh and a hard look at your own the systems that you're using. Like I said at the outset, there's not a one size fits all template that can be applied. So it really is beholden on the client, and their counsel to identify what the system, what's going to work best for them, and then what is going to check all the boxes that counsel may have, that counsel may want to make sure in place for defensibility.
That's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad. The key things again are just, I think, documentation of process, and it's really about documenting the process. I like to document every step of the process that we have, and it should be replicable, and that will help. That will prove its defensibility. If we're doing it consistently in every situation, the court recognizes that data will be lost inadvertently. Nothing is perfect. E-discovery, perfection is never the goal in e-discovery, and reasonable efforts are that's really what the thrust of this is. So my legal hold letters, they outline the duty to preserve potentially relevant information with their instructions on preservation, turn off the auto-complete, etc. Written acknowledgement, and then send them to all known potential custodians, and then include language that says, if you know of someone who may have relevant data, please let us know, and either send this, forward this to them, or let us know, and we will send them a copy of this. We want to know who they are so we can get their acknowledgement recorded. Again, discovery is iterative. Things pop up. You find new things all the time. We want to make sure that we loop those into this legal hold process as well. So the letter should also make clear that this doesn't apply to everything, that applies to discoverable documents, with the caveat that if there's uncertainty, we should err on the side of inclusion for holding data. But you don't have to step away from your ordinary course of business retention protocol for all documents. The letter will outline, what is at stake here, what the subject is, anything related to, anything related to these issues. That's what we need to be holding right now. On the automated side of that, I would generally just turn off I would hold the entire email inbox for a custodian. I would not get into parsing that out, but in terms of what they are holding, on their side, they don't need to worry about clearly unrelated material, like keeping that on their phone, for instance. So summary of the matter, non-exhaustive list of topics. And then also, this is important, it's especially important in my jurisdiction. It instructs the client to refrain from self-collection. Self-collection is when a client sort of goes through their data themselves, pulls material for production. And the way that we want to do it is just have people hold the data, and then counsel will come in and perform the collection in a way that preserves the metadata in a way that is defensible. And then counsel will review the material and prepare the production for client review, but the client isn't self-selecting documents. So I always include that instruction in the hold as well. Basically, you don't need to do anything beyond preserve at this point. So the hold can be a letter or email. I want to include the recipients, the address, their emails, the date of the hold, a brief overview of the matter, a brief overview of the posture of the matter, where we're at in the matter. I include a summary of authority for the hold. Here it's Delaware Rule 37, Delaware Rule 26. Then summarize what the expectation that the court and counsel has for us, and what our obligations are in this hold. Clear preservation instructions, actionable steps, summary of the types of documents to be held. The slide I showed earlier that was exhaustive. That's exhaustive, and I'll get into that in a second. Want to give them enough information to know what types of material they want to be holding on to. Request for identification of additional custodians, acknowledgement of receipt, offer follow-up counseling. Any questions that come up, we're happy to discuss with it. I want to note that we will be refreshing this hold over the course of the litigation. And then I have a note here about Sedona Guideline 8. The Sedona conference has a very good resource on legal holds that I'll point to at the end of this. And Sedona Guideline 8 talks about what the most defensible form of a hold would be. I wanted to mention, with the summary of types of documents, the list that I sent, the list that I showed earlier, was from a preservation demand letter. A preservation demand letter is different from a legal hold notice in that these generally go to non-clients. It's usually third parties. So a third party subpoena, something like that. And in that instance, we want to be very clear on what we expect them to hold, because we're providing the notice to them. This may be the first time that they're aware that litigation is at issue. So a preservation letter, I usually include a lot more boilerplate information about, you are under an obligation to withhold this, hold this, hold this, hold this, hold this. Really spell it out for them, and then save that, and then you can point to that to show that at the very latest, their duty to preserve began on this date that I sent this preservation. With a legal hold, we're sending it to our own clients, and so it doesn't have to be as exhaustive in terms of the material that needs to be preserved. because as you saw the slide, you kind of like glide over at some point, like a lot of it won't be applicable to the matter at hand. We want to make the legal holds to our clients very easy to follow, very clear and concise and targeted. And then there's a case that came down in the Third Circuit, well, in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, apologies, just a week and a half ago, and it was resulted from an age discrimination claims against IKEA, and IKEA received sanctions for failure to preserve. It was an there were multiple age discrimination cases that started, I think, in 2015. That was when they received the first complaint. That complaint listed a number of IKEA employees who would have relevant information. IKEA did not implement a legal hold at that point. Another complaint came up a few months later, and a legal hold was implemented, but it didn't include all of the parties that were named in the first complaint. So ultimately, they lost data from 4 custodians that were named in this initial complaint. That they were then on notice that they needed to preserve that data, but they never rolled out the legal hold. Those 4 custodians, actually, at least 2 of them were terminated and then brought their own discrimination complaints against the company. But when they were terminated, their data was purged in the ordinary course of business, I think a month after they left. So all those 4 accounts were lost and unrecoverable. The IKEA attributed the failure to hold to human error. The way that they rolled out their legal holds was that their outside counsel would draft the hold and then send to IKEA to disseminate internally, to identify who would receive the holds and disseminate it there. These 4 people did not receive holds. Again, when they were terminated, left the company, as their policy was, they deleted it after a month. And then ultimately, years later, as these cases were going on, they found that these custodians, they didn't have their data. And then they never admitted that. They were aware they didn't have this data. They conducted an investigation into what happened, but they didn't tell opposing counsel that there was an issue with preservation. They didn't tell the court that they had a spoliation issue, and in fact, they found themselves in a discovery on discovery dispute because they agreed to produce from those custodians. And then what they did was they went into, it's not clear from the opinion, but it seems like what they did was they searched the data they did have for those parties, pulled it out of other accounts. So if these people emailed with existing employees whose accounts were still, on hold or in place, they would pull out emails that included those 4 parties, and then they changed the metadata to say that these are custodial documents of these people. So it seems like they were trying to sort of slide under the radar, that they didn't have the documents. That's a bad idea for myriad reasons. There's duty of candor to the court issues and all of that, but you're also just not going to get away with that because ESI discovery is so vast now that you can identify gaps in productions, based on these things. So if you see that these custodial documents come from these people, but then we don't have any custodial documents from them that don't intersect with these other custodians, and then we see that down chain, there should be, down chain emails that don't include existing custodians and only include these 4 that were deleted. You're going to see gaps in it. So that was raised, and then they had to go into an inquiry about their discovery processes. Their discovery vendor ultimately had to testify in the matter. And it resulted in sanctions against them. The court found spoliation. They also found intentional withholding of key documents. The latter is what led to adverse inference sanctions, because that's where the court found that they were intending to deprive them of this data. The spoliation of the evidence, that sort of negligent destruction of those accounts, that wouldn't result in the under Rule 37, that wouldn't result in the top sanctions, but that does warrant monetary sanctions. So they receive attorney's fees for that. So that case happened. That decision came down on May 6th of this year. I thought that was when Susan asked me to present today. I thought, well, yeah, this is sort of exactly like a summary of what we're trying to figure out. So there was failures in the rollout of the legal hold. They should have known. They had clear notice that those custodians needed to be preserved at the filing of the initial complaint. They didn't do that. There were breakdowns in their internal process, because at some point they tried to hold those on, to put a hold on those accounts, and they found that they were not there. And then there was obfuscation that really pushed the court and to viewing all of this in a negative light. So you don't have the documentation that is key. You don't have a following of best practice, and the result is these sanctions that really put them in a bad position for this case and ultimately cost them a lot of money.
Can you briefly talk about what an adverse inference is? Because I don't know that everybody knows that.
Oh, sure. Yeah. An adverse inference is one of the sanctions that can be applied. And what that is the court instructs the jury, or the court will itself view the evidence in the light most favorable to the opposing party. What they're going to say is, if you intentionally withheld this and we don't have it now, it's gone, we're going to assume that it was unfavorable to you. You did not want to be in, to show up in court. So they'll view that, so there'll be an assumption that it showed that evidence would have shown what the opposing party is claiming. So in this case, it was the lack of these documents related to these age policies showed that if they had produced them, they would have shown that there was something there that supported this claim of age discrimination.
Thank you, sir.
And the final thing I wanted to talk about is the Sedona Conference. It's an e-discovery group. They've published a commentary to legal holds. It's available for free from their website. I have the website down there. To get the full volume is, I think, 75 pages. You just give them your email address and then they will let you download it. They also have I think it's a 3-pager that summarizes some of their guidelines, and that's just available for free. I have a copy of it that I sent to Susan. I don't know if we'll be able to disseminate it here, but it's available on their website. So they emphasize it's not a unilateral checklist for all cases. Again, there's not a one-size-fits-all solution for this, but it is a set of first principles to work from, and they're all very valuable. It's a really good organization. It's a premier e-discovery group, and they're working to establish these baselines for how to roll these out in a defensible way. I noted a few guidelines here that particularly pertain to information governance. There are 12 total. These ones include some action steps that you can take. So Guideline 2, adopting and consistently following a policy governing an organization's preservation obligations are factors that may demonstrate reasonableness and good faith. So that is, that's how having a good IG program, having a good retention policy, following it, documenting it, that shows, that supports that you are taking your responsibilities seriously and you're taking the reasonable steps necessary. Guideline 3 is similar. It's about reporting information relating to possible litigation. So this is about have a process in place to identify these trigger points. What is going to trigger our retention obligations? Because they're going to be triggered if we notice them or not. So have a process in place to identify them, and then report it up to a decision maker. Guideline 6, fulfilling the duty to preserve involves reasonable and good faith efforts taken as soon as practicable and applied proportionally to identify persons likely to have information relevant to the claims and defenses in the matter, and as necessary, notify them of their obligation to preserve that information. So again, this is about understanding the structure of your own system. You want to know who in your organization has information that relates to this possible litigation. Once you find that in guideline 3, once you recognize that trigger point, you want to be able to identify the people that you need to reach out to. So have a system in place to do that. Guideline 9 is consider documenting the procedure of implementing the legal hold when appropriate. I think it's always appropriate to document legal holds. That's my practice. I want to have a record of that going out when we commence litigation. I want to have a record of it to show, a number of things, but specifically like to say this is what our discovery obligations. I'm going to argue that's when my discovery obligation began. I'm going to argue that this shows that we've done it the right way. I'm going to argue that that's when work product privilege can apply. So having documentation of that process, I think, is very important. And it can just be it really can just be a list of when the holds went out, who received it, when they acknowledged it, and then when it was refreshed. You can go farther and also include information about like what the trigger was, when you were aware of it, when you're rolling that out. But at the baseline, I want to know when the holds went out, when they were acknowledged, and then when they were refreshed. And then guideline 11, a legal hold process should include provisions for releasing the hold upon termination of the duty to preserve. So that's the end point of this cycle. Once the matter is resolved and there's no longer a duty to preserve, we want to have a system to communicate that information. So that's everything I have on my presentation. But I'm happy to talk about take any questions anyone has or discuss any further.
Hello, yeah, we do have a question in our chat room. This is from Tom Kennedy. He asked, if a systems decommission occurs during a legal hold, i.e. the company retires a server or changes its email platform, and the records are stored there or in the scope for the hold, what can companies do to avoid derailing their decommission projects or limit expenses around storing the records for longer than they otherwise would store them?
So if there is a change in your system, the things that are subject to a hold, I think that that doesn't release you of your duty to preserve that data. So I think you have to transfer it into the new system, or you have to retain that system. If you can retain only that, certain portions of that data, then you can do that. But it's clear, the case law is clear that that sort of change doesn't is not an excuse for failing to preserve, key data. Again, proportionality is key, so it's to some extent it depends upon how important that data is. Again, you don't have the duty to preserve everything, but ultimately you're going to be responsible for the preservation of that data.
And that's it for questions that I have in the chat. Are there any other questions?
I, of course, have questions.
Yeah.
Joe, if you're an attorney and say you were sending a lit hold notice to Suzanne's large company, your client, are you sending the lit hold to your client contact? Oh, and then they're disseminating it to who they think the custodians are, at least in the beginning?
Yes.
Or, I mean, it's their responsibility.
I always think that I would never say it's not my responsibility. But I would send it to a client contact. Often the way that it'll be is we'll have identified a handful of key players. We send it to the client and then we have them disseminate those notices. And then we track the acknowledgements of those. But again, we want to have discussions with the client about other people that, anyone that they think needs to go on hold that we find down the road that needs to be put on hold. We want to always be informed of that. But generally, we're discussing the issue with the contact person at the client, and then promulgating the hold notice, and then the client will disseminate it. In a large, especially in a large corporation, a large business group. Because they're really in the best place they're usually in the best place to manage those communications. There are tools that people so there are e-discovery tools that automate the legal hold process. I have not found a real need for that yet. But there are tools that you can buy that will track these things automatically, and they'll tell you that manual tracking of this is dangerous. And I'm not sure I buy into that, but the tools can, streamline a lot of headache if it's a very large hold.
Let's see, I do have other questions here. Hold on. Let's see. Let me get my screen to cooperate. Let's see here. Have you seen employers respond to personnel? How have you seen employers respond to personnel that ignore the hold? That's from Shante Ellis.
How have I seen employers respond to personnel that ignore the hold? I mean, legal holds, I've actually not encountered that. I don't have any sort of firsthand stories about people refusing holds. If I don't get an acknowledgement, I'm gonna continue to press. Because again, the acknowledgement, the sending of the hold and the acknowledgement of the hold, it has nothing to do with the triggering of the duty to preserve. So ignoring the hold is really just hurting your company and your counsel and representative.
And she also asked, is there a personal policy text that you could suggest to enforce this? But I guess the way you're saying that is it's just, it's for the good of the company, and that's almost, it's insubordination, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's insubordination. It's they're gonna, if they find themselves in if they don't acknowledge the hold, but IT is able to lock down all of their data in the company's control, then it's less concerning. But like sort of a refusal to acknowledge the hold is honestly, it's a little confusing to me. But it would be a conversation just explaining, that these obligations exist and it's not, we can't ignore them. That may, often with personal devices, you'll get into situations where people are they don't want to produce anything from their personal phones, for instance. That's sort of a conversation for another day. That's after the legal hold process. They may not want to, that the production from that device is separate from the hold of that device. And generally we would push to produce from as few personal devices as necessary. Often if it's a personal device and it's not a company device, and I'm representing the company, it's not something that's even within my client's custody and control. So it's not a huge, so there's nothing that they can do. That said, if that gets very muddy with BYOB or BYOD policies, bring your own device. How much control does the company have over that? Usually the agreement will govern that, and the company, if it is a BYOD policy, then the company is going to be responsible for that data.
Thank you. And I think that is it for questions I have in the chat room.
I have one more. Can we, you talked about the obligation to preserve. The fact that a complaint hasn't been filed, the fact that a company has not yet received a preservation letter or a lit hold letter does not mean that the obligation to preserve isn't there yet. If they know something is in the works,
right,
they have an obligation to preserve.
Right. Yeah, and that is going to be sort of that's going to be a specific, fact-specific inquiry. When should they have reasonably anticipated litigation? Again, like the example I always go back to is if an employee leaves on bad terms, I want to put a hold on their data, because I think, if there's an argument that we can anticipate an employment action. So that's sort of the analysis. The Sedona principles, they discuss what constitutes a reasonable expectation of litigation. They actually have a section in their commentary where they give examples and illustrations, like if I can pull it up. I don't know if I can find it quickly, but
Is it in what you sent me last night?
no, I sent you the 3-pager. This is in the full text. But they talk about anonymous threats of litigation, like anonymous and vague threats of litigation are not necessary. They don't necessarily meet that threshold. There has to be actionable things, the reasonableness of the decision-making process. An organization receives a letter that contains a vague threat of a trade secret or misappropriation claim, does not specifically identify the trade secret, based on readily available information. Information maybe have been publicly known. So they give these fact patterns and they talk about, does this meet the threshold? Does this not? This is sort of pursuant to the first guideline about preservation. So again, I highly recommend taking a look at that Sedona resource.
Yeah, and I think what we'll do is email out to everybody at the end, after today, the link that Joe had posted in his slide earlier, and also the little 3-pager that he'd sent me, so everybody can get started on that. It's a serious thing that we should all be paying attention to. Hutch, any further questions?
We have no further questions.
Okay. So I think you're good. Thank you, Joe, for doing this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. I enjoyed it. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with everybody. I hope it was helpful.
For sure, definitely. And if we have more questions, I might pass them along myself.
Definitely.
All right. All right, Hutch, it's all you.
Well, let's see. We're going to break for lunch now, and we'll come back at 2 p.m. And our 2 p.m. Will be, that's when we'll have our panel speaking. That'll be Kathleen, Timony, Susan Hadley, who we're all very familiar with, and Ray Davis will be making a return. And that the subject will be mergers and acquisitions in records management. So meet us back here at 2 p.m., please, and we'll keep going.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Uh-oh, recording is in progress.
It's a good thing.
Everybody get ready. I'm sure we're going to have some tweetable moments here. Oh, X moments. They're not tweetable anymore.
Oh my gosh.
Well, it's 2 p.m. I think we're ready to go on our end.
All righty. Well, hope everybody had a good lunch and welcome back to our Arma Keystone PA Chapter Spring Seminar and the 2 o'clock presentation, which is mergers and acquisitions in records management. Give me an opportunity to introduce our awesome panel. Along with me, we have Susan Hadley. Susan, why don't you introduce yourself and give everybody some details about who you are and what you do?
Don't you think they're sick of that by now?
No, tell them again. They love it.
All right, from my perspective in this discussion especially, I work at a good-sized Delaware law firm, but in the grand scheme of things, a relatively small corporation. We have about 175 employees. And when we talk about mergers and acquisitions, we're usually talking about bringing on a team of 5 or 6 attorneys, a new practice group, 5 or 6 attorneys and 3 or 4 staff people. So it's not hundreds of people that we have to worry about and their systems and such. So that will be my perspective coming at this discussion.
All right. And we have another esteemed colleague of mine who we've known each other for longer than she'd like to admit, but she's got no choice because I'm here to tell you the truth. And that would be Kathleen Timothy. Hello, Kathleen.
Hi, Ray. Hi, Susan, and welcome everyone. So I am currently the Senior Program Manager at Iron Mountain. Very recent position switch for me as part of their dedicated professional staffing function there. Prior to that, I was the Global Records Manager at Honeywell International, and during the course of my career there, had many opportunities to interact on M&A activities on both sides, actually. So this is a topic that I think is, if anyone hasn't gone through it, or they are going through it, or they will go through it at some point.
My name is Ray Davis. I am the Arma Keystone Chapter President. My background, which exposed me to a lot of mergers and acquisitions, is in banking. For the majority of my banking career, I ended up on the right side of those mergers and acquisitions.
The right side?
I ended up on the right side, correct.
I take issue with that, Mr. Raymond, as well. Susan, you are correct.
I beg your pardon?
Be kind to Ray, guys.
Is that Shantae?
It is, and that was their loss, Raymond.
Yeah, well,
Glad you're not all in the same room.
Yeah. Anyway, there was actually one company I joined, which an acquisition had been announced, and I wasn't looking for a long-term position. I was looking for just a position for about a year or so. So I actually did take a job there and ended up, when the acquisition was completed, I ended up at my next bank, which I ended up at 20 years and was the records manager there for 20 years and was on the incorrect side of the acquisition, and I was gone. So currently now I'm with Innovative Development. I'm principal consultant for records and information management, and very happy to talk to you about records and information management and mergers and acquisitions, and try to make it not as scary as what it may seem to be. Our agenda today, we're going to talk about business is unusual. We're going to talk about employee reactions, the records management in the litigation process, records management in the new organization. Let the games begin, and we'll end it with our final, as Kathleen would say, our little nuggets of wisdom and our final perspective. So, Susan, why don't you take us off here with business is unusual?
So we all have companies that have a certain job, right? We in business, we bank, or we are a pharma company creating drugs, or we're law firms. When we bring on somebody, another group, or we merge with another group, everything we do gets turned upside down, like Ray's lovely picture here. And we have to start thinking of how to accommodate what has to happen with the merger and acquisition, as opposed to what we do every single day. So there are a bunch of things we need to think about. And it's not just records we have to think about, but how do the accounting systems merge? How do human resources merge? How does IT handle what happens, what their systems are versus what our current systems are? And all of that has to be decided through management, okay? So management in the system, when we bring on two companies, somebody's going to win, okay? Somebody's going to be in charge, and that somebody is going to be able to dictate what systems are used or not used. And from a records perspective and information governance perspective, that is sometimes difficult to deal with. And there are a lot of things we have to bring on to think about when we do combine with somebody else. Ray, you were combined well. You were on the correct side of things, and for most of it. So you didn't have any issues keeping positions. That's something that happens with employees have to be worried about their positions. But we have to add those tasks and responsibilities to our jobs, along with doing what we normally do in the course of business. So things are unusual and topsy-turvy, and nobody's ever pleased about it, right? It's not necessarily an easy process. So that's kind of where we're starting from. What does this process look like? And what kind of things do we have to pay attention to? A big part of that, I think we didn't talk about this, but I think you guys would agree, a big part of that is communication. Who's in charge of what? Who needs to be involved in committees to think about all the practical steps that need to happen as you go through these things. And as I said, from a relatively small company perspective, it's much easier for me to handle than for, say, Kathleen to handle at Honeywell or even at Iron Mountain. Those bigger companies have much bigger issues to deal with than I have to deal with. I know who the people are that I'm going to talk to about along each step of the way, but in the bigger companies, that's more of a problem. Would you agree, Kathleen?
Absolutely. I would agree. And to that point, I would say, make sure, advocate for yourself, advocate for your role. And by that, I mean, make sure you have a voice in the process. Know what the integration team is, know who is sponsoring your function, and make sure that you are part of that conversation. Otherwise, decisions would be made without your input that may not be to the advantage of the program or personally to you.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And people who make decisions often don't know the practical day-to-day issues that need to be considered. And so Kathleen's right. You need to get your voice in there, your foot in there, and make sure that records and information governance are part of the team during this transition period. Ray, do you have additions?
I guess that I would say that business as unusual is the first day walking in after it's been announced. And right away, your job doesn't change, but you know it's not going to stay that way forever. And there's that uncertainty. And there's that concern because, as you said, Susan, the decisions aren't made on day one. They're made over a period of time. And as we can talk about later, some decisions are made logically and some decisions are made politically. I mean, the last merger, when I worked at Commerce Bank and we were acquired by TD Bank, TD Bank out of Toronto, they already had a US division. But even then, we didn't know which division because they were going to merge the existing US division in with us. But we didn't know who was going to take the lead. And I was actually on vacation. And I said to my boss, who called me and told me, guess what? We're being acquired. I literally said, do you need me to come back? And he just told me, this is going to take a while. Enjoy your vacation and come back. And this is going to be a while. So, and he was right. By the time the acquisition was done and my team was let go due to duplication of function, it was over 2 years. So, but I also agree 100% with Kathleen. When it's announced, get involved, be an advocate, be a voice, find a sponsor, get involved, make sure you have a seat at the table, even if it's just to give your opinion. You may not be a decision maker, but perhaps you can influence the decision and figure out where this whole thing is going to go.
One of the other, we're talking about communications in general, but you need to be able to communicate with management, as we've just been discussing, about how this process is going to work. But you also need to be able to communicate with your staff and those people that you work with in order to, you're not going to be able to alleviate their fears if you're the one being taken over, for sure. But you can be transparent with the information that you can give them, and just say, we're all in the same boat. We're going to walk through this process step by step and try to make it as easy as possible on them, because it's difficult from all perspectives. Also with vendors, right? Are we using the same, not just hardware, software, IT stuff, but what about vendors? Do we all use the same vendors? Does everybody use Iron Mountain? Of course they should, Kathleen. But just having to combine, especially in bigger acquisitions, having to combine and figure out what vendors we need to talk to, what software we need to consider merging or changing or switching to. There's just a lot of steps in this process, and logically and transparently is the best way to walk through this, I think.
Right. Kathleen, why don't we talk about employee reaction? Because I think the employees are really the first ones to become affected by this.
Absolutely. And I think the initial reaction and number one question is, do I have a job? Which is not unusual, but it does put you in a state of anxiety. I think kind of getting out of that and just looking for the opportunity to be at the table, to have the conversations, to make alliances, either the ones that you had or creating new ones with now the employees from the other organization, whichever direction it goes, employees of the organizations to understand. Absolutely, everybody's looking for their own self-interest. Do I have a job? What about my benefits? Do I lose the tenure that I've had over time? All of those are important decisions. but it's also out of your hands. So the thing is, and I know this is difficult, is to be the professional that you are, follow the integration plan, be a voice, be an advocate for yourself, learn as much as you can about the other organization's culture and their process and their systems as best you can. So therefore you can now figure out where and how you play in that. And I think the integrity with which you handle this issue, as scary as it is, as vulnerable as you may feel, I think that will hold you in good stead moving forward and with interacting with the new team, with the integration team. And if you're in a leadership role in RIM in your organization, you need to make your employees comfortable with all the things you don't know and all the things you don't have control of. But the thing is, be a team player. Again, communication is everything. Not all of it may flow down as quickly or as clearly as we would like. But I think for the part that you play, be as open and as transparent as you can with the information and the resources that you have available to you. Because wherever you land and what this new organization looks like, that impression of how you have presented yourself, your program, your team, is what's going to determine how well you're accepted, appreciated, respected in the new organization.
And I think Ray mentioned this morning, he was talking about value a lot, right? What kind of value can I add to the new organization?
Right. I mean, just last week, those of you in the Southern New Jersey, Philadelphia area, and well, they do have branches in New York as well. Some colleagues of mine years ago, when Commerce Bank was acquired by TD Bank, went over to work for a bank over in Philadelphia called Republic Bank. And last week, it was announced that Republic Bank was totally insolvent, and all of their assets were being acquired by Fulton Bank. I have colleagues and friends that work there. I don't know exactly what the plan is, but I immediately thought about, how I would have felt if I was working for Republic Bank, and this one is more of a easier to predict situation because Republic Bank became insolvent, and they'll be acquired by Fulton Bank, and they'll run them for a short period of time as two separate banks because it takes time. The branch people will probably be kept because they're local and they know the customers. They have the face-to-face interactions. I can't say the same thing for whoever's managing their records. But to Kathleen's point and to Susan's point, if we can be an advocate for ourselves, have a positive attitude, look to become involved and be a resource. That doesn't mean that you won't be let go, but you could be a part of the new team. But I can only imagine, I woke up that morning and turned on the morning news, and the first thing I saw coming across the screen was Republic Bank is insolvent and bought by Fulton Bank. And I just thought, wow, here we go. But yeah, I mean, the reaction, do you have a job? That's the first thing that comes to my mind. And it just goes from there. And again, you can only try to be the best advocate for yourself and keep a positive attitude. And in this case, you have to hope that if you end up not staying with the organization, that perhaps there are other opportunities available for you, maybe somewhere else in the organization, or you have the opportunity to be, finding the position soon. So, but yeah, OMG, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Oh my goodness, here we go.
Plus, with respect to the being a team member and the integrity that Kathleen was talking about, even if you wind up on the wrong side of the equation at some point, you've still got people willing to write you references, right? You've still got people willing to advocate for you when you're looking for a new position. If you leave on a bad note, you're on your own. So yeah, it's not a pleasant issue if you're worried about your job, but there are things you can do to mitigate how that loss will affect you.
Yeah, definitely it's not the time to burn bridges.
No.
No. In fact, now more than ever in 2024, it's our networks that help us. Whether it's I'm working with Innovative now, but in January I was let go from my last employer. And the first thing I did was reach out to all the people that I knew in my network. Hey, took me by surprise. I'm not employed anymore. Now that had nothing to do with a merger and acquisition. But I encourage you to do the same thing if there's a merger and acquisition. And I also encourage you not to wait until something happens. Keep your resume up to date. Make sure your LinkedIn page has all the attributes about you that it can. Always try to expand your network and keep in touch with as many people as you can.
And join Arma Keystone.
And join Arma Keystone PA chapter. Woo! And I can tell you, and this is a totally separate topic, so I'll make it real quick. I'm not a fan of the human resources process because lately it seems there's very little human in human resources. It's software, it's algorithms who read your resume and your cover letter and decide whether you get into the interview process. So expanding your network and keeping in touch with those people definitely gives you the better opportunity to land somewhere if you have to. But as a previous boss once said to me, don't wait until you need to have a job to look for one. Even though you may be happy in the position you're in, always check out what else is available out there. Not that you're going to leave, but that you may, have those opportunities that when that decision happens and all of a sudden you find out you're in the middle of a merger and acquisition, you've got potential contacts you can reach out to and keep yourself protected.
Ray, that's an excellent point, because I think sometimes the longer that you stay within a role, the less connected you become in the arena, because now, it's head this down, do your job. What I would say to folks is manage your career, not your job. And so in order to do that, to Ray's point, you need to have a current resume. And two, if in this new organization, let's say that the other organization has a similar role and staff, you may need to put that resume forward. You may need to be able to speak to that if there is a decision made because there's redundancy. So again, and I speak from personal experience, manage your career, not the job you're in. And be ready for change, because it will always happen.
Yes, it will. Any other comments regarding employee reaction? Silence is golden. Let's move on to records management in the integration process. Day one, who knows what's going to happen, but there's a peeling back of the onion where you're looking at both organizations and you're saying, how are you staffed? What positions are there? What are you missing? How are you retaining your records? What are your policies and procedures? You're basically looking at the organizations involved and seeing who has what, who has more physical records, who has more electronic records, what software are you using? Again, what are your policies and procedures, and how do you do various things? Because over a period of time, and again, with the Commerce TD merger, it was over 2 years. Some organizations will take a much shorter period of time. But there's going to be a period of time where all of that is on the table. What you're hoping is, and this circles back to the point of being your own advocate, getting a seat at the table, being a resource, is that if you can explain exactly how your program was set up and what you did, why you did it, how you did it, then there may be a way to see if this new organization that you're participating more in the role as yours. And if you sit there and you don't say anything and you allow other people to speak for you, especially people that don't know the program like you do, then you're doing yourself a disservice. So the integration process is a point in time where you are going to look at each organization, see what you have, see what you still need, whether that be policies, procedure, staff, software, technology, vendors. When I was at Commerce, I had the unique responsibility that records management reported to purchasing, which I've never heard of anywhere else, but it did at Commerce. And that was because purchasing reported to accounting. Not saying records should report to accounting, that's just why it did. But as the manager of purchasing, I oversaw vendor management and contract management as well. And that's not usually within the bailiwick of a records manager. That's out of the norm.
Like to share your screen, Ray?
Looking for the approval. Says I can't share while you're sharing.
I'm going to end my share right now.
All righty.
All righty.
Cool. Do that.
Some Korean kid brought it in, and some radishes and cucumbers too.
There
Is
we
that?
go. I don't know. All right, we good to go, Hutch?